No, you didn't. Oh, yes. This is so awesome. What's going on, man? How are you doing?
For the past 5 months, the pilots of National STOL have waited for their moment to unleash pitch and power for glory. Today, the wait is over. Welcome to Swamp STOL. The 2026 season begins with 40 pilots returning to the skies, many at the controls of new fire-breathing aircraft, each looking to make their mark. The heavy classes are back. To squash the competition this weekend, look for series favorites Douglas, Abrams, and Garrettson, and the rekindling of a series-long rivalry between Brandon Korn and John McCarty. Finally, the Unlimited class. It's the Battle of the Badlands as McIntyre, Sanchez, Stockman, and Card chase MOAC pilot Brian Steck and champion Dan Reynolds. Cajun Country, we are back! Pre-flight's complete. Let's get these birds airborne. National STOL's return starts now! And what's up, Av Geeks and STOL Freaks? Welcome to Swamp STOL 2026, part of the National STOL series. We are so excited to have you here today for just what's going to be, based on practice yesterday anyway, going to be an insane competition. My name's Ryan Dombrowski.
What's up? I'm Cam.
Yes. Yeah, how's it going, Cam?
What's going on, bro? How are you doing? Good morning.
Hey, it's a wonderful day. It's a beautiful day for flying here at Jennings Municipal Airport here in Jennings, Louisiana. We are at 3 Romeo 7. If you are watching at home, 3 Romeo 7 on your sectional, operating on our little temporary turf runway here that they've set up for us at Jennings Airport.
Yes, sir.
Couple other exciting things to talk about, folks. As you watch today, we get ready for this action. You see the aircraft taxiing out to the line. We're going to be simulcast on Live Air Show TV. Our friends over there bringing you all the air show action from afar. We're bringing you the STOL action from afar. And if you're watching at home, you can also watch us on Live Air Show TV and check them out for air shows the rest of the summer. You can't make a big air show, but you want to see your favorite air show act. That is what our friends over at Live Air Show TV do. And we're so grateful to be part of their network of friends.
Heck yeah.
And Cam, you're on the ground in Jennings. While we get things geared up here, what are you seeing in terms of the weather?
The weather is perfect. I mean, we've got wind pretty much right down the runway. It's at least 8 to 10 knots. The sun is out. It's barely cloudy. I mean, I'm super excited to be here. It rained yesterday, but the ground is not too soggy, at least where I'm at. So I'm sitting peachy keen, man.
Sitting peachy keen. Well, there's another person who's sitting peachy keen out on the field, and that's the Colonel Matt Peterson. Folks, if you could please all rise and remove your hats. We're going to sing the national anthem. Please stay standing if you're able for a blessing afterwards.
Let us start with our invocation. Let us pray. Lord, we thank you for this beautiful day. Please watch over these pilots as they compete. Keep them safe in competition. Also, Lord, look after our spectators. Watch over them and keep us all safe as we go home. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Please remain standing for our national anthem. Please remain standing for our national anthem. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. God bless America. Welcome to Jennings. On behalf of the Jennings Airport Commission, your gracious host, Mr. Adam Gordon, the town of Jennings, and the National STOL Series. Welcome to Swamp STOL 2026.
And let's hear it for another round of applause for Colonel Matt Peterson out there. You're going to see a lot of the hard work that he's done over the years culminate now in partnership with Adam to bring this great event together. We are so grateful to be back at Swamp STOL. It's been, Cam, this is the OG. It's the beginning. This is where it all started.
This is the OG. Heck yeah. It's where I got my start too. So I'm super excited to be here. Matt and I were just talking about how it's year number 6 for us here. Like, that's insane.
6 years.
Yeah. Everything's running super smooth too. Oh, well, speaking of the devil, he's right here next to him.
Go ahead. He's right here with you.
Ryan, I just want you to know that you are announcing this event remotely, aren't you?
I'm coming from National Studios in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. That's correct.
That is so amazing. I want you to know, if nobody else is impressed by that, Ryan, I am very impressed by that. You are one high-tech redneck, sir. That is amazing. And we really wish you could be here because we got so many amazing things going on. Yesterday, I got to take a ride in a Bell 47 helicopter and
So
fly
frustrated
around.
I didn't get to do that.
Yes, and you absolutely want to do that. Now, folks, if you want to get a ride in a historic Bell 47 helicopter, the Commemorative Air Force is right over here, and you can go for a ride for $65 a head. And another plane they have here, a Twin Beach 17.
All right.
Which, as you know, Ryan, because you are an av geek, is a classic twin radial. And for all of my fellow veterans who are here today, if you ever want to get that 3-star general treatment, if you want to know what it's like to get flown around in a courier vehicle for a 3-star general, there is a Twin Beach right over here that you could ride in.
Yeah.
So we have all kinds of exciting things going on here in Jennings. Wish you were here, Ryan.
Oh, I wish I was there too, but yes, doing my best high-tech redneck impression here in Milwaukee. Folks, if you're watching the stream right now, we do have to reset the stream if you're watching at home. So we're going to just pause for like a 2-minute delay to reset some technical issues on the stream. So hold tight. The STOL action, we're going to start with the touring class, the heavies. It's one of my favorite to watch. We're going to start with that in just a few minutes. So hold tight. National STOL will return in about 2 minutes. We are back here in Jennings, Louisiana. Thank you for your patience there while we got ourselves all, my high-tech redneck wasn't working here in Milwaukee. We had to reset. I don't know what happened, but we're back in business here, folks. Hey, while you're watching all these great pilots, you in the audience, you have a big decision to make. You've got all day to decide. Cam and I are going to remind you a few times. You can go to the website vote.nationalstol.com. That's vote.nationalstol.com to vote for your fan favorite. Now, today, folks, you have a lot of pilots to choose from. I think we're nearly at or above 40 pilots, Cam?
Yeah. There's a whole bunch of airplanes out here in the competitor parking, so I'm super happy to see that.
So there's a lot of people to pick from for your favorite pilot. The voting ends at the end of the day today, at the end of the unlimited class. And you might want to wait till the end of the unlimited class to make your choice. But at the end of the unlimited class, the voting ends. So you've got all day to decide. But maybe, like me, you're a fan of the heavies, the wilderness class and the touring class. We're going to talk about those in a little bit. Maybe you're a fan of the sport class, or maybe you're a fan of one of our rookies that's going to be coming out for the first time. Save that vote, watch all the pilots, get that voting in by the end of the unlimited class. That's when you're going to see the most high power, crazy airplanes, and actually one of the more lower power airplanes too, all compete, doing absolutely, as I've said before, and I got a few texts this morning saying, I wish you were here. It's going to be bonkers. Yesterday, practice was absolutely bonkers in the unlimited class. So that is what you've got to look forward to. Vote.nationalstol.com. You can be voting for everyone from Dan Reynolds in the Chinook all the way to, where's my rookie class list here? Bill Vaughn in the Zenith 701. Any of them could be your favorite pilot. So that's something you can do. And there's prizes for them too, Cam. They can, like, the pilots win something if they're picked. It's not just honor, it's also for riches.
Oh, yes. We like prizes.
So, Cam, let's talk a little bit about practice yesterday.
Dude, practice was off the chain yesterday. Like, it was super exciting. Like, I wasn't expecting everyone to go as hard as they did, and they went super hard.
What was your favorite moment yesterday?
I don't know. I think the rookie class was pretty stellar, especially Phil. I mean, he was flying. I'm pretty sure he's a ringer, so I think he's not even in the rookie class anymore today. just because of how good he was flying yesterday. So that was a very, very nice surprise to see him in the Husky, in the Aviata Husky. So that was one of my highlights. And then of course Dan Reynolds just doing Dan things, lawn dart Dan. So I think those were my favorites. What about you? What were your favorites from yesterday? I think Ryan is actually saying the exact same thing that I said. But on top of that, getting to see Eddie Sanchez and his new aircraft, his new Badlands Traveler. Last year he was in a Highlander, and actually the past few years he's been in a Highlander, and that plane has been super awesome. That was Devil Girl 2. I'm assuming that this is Devil Girl 3 for the Badlands Traveler for him, and that airplane is a performer. Getting to see Hal Stockman. He's got the canards on his Badlands Traveler, and it was doing canard things yesterday as well. So I think we're just going to have a super exciting lineup today as we get ready for the heavies that you see right in front of you, starting off with John Douglas up there in his beautiful 182.
Yeah, that's right, Cam. So we have the touring class all ready to go here. You're going to see them competing today. I love these because they're the heavy airplanes. They're the ones that you can bring everything in the kitchen sink out to the backcountry. And so that's absolutely right. You got number 307, John Douglas. Behind him, number 53, Don Mickey in a Cessna 180. 88, Adam Gordon. This year, flying in a 1979 Cessna 185, and race number 603 in the Wilderness class. That is Jared Garrettson flying that 2024 Backcountry Super Cub Boss. Again, he's in the Wilderness class, but there's a pilot change as we go into Heat Bravo. Brandon Korn in the Wilderness class, also flying that same aircraft. So it'll be really interesting. You'll see kind of the performance of that experimental heavy aircraft when you compare it to what we call certificated aircraft in the aircraft world. John, Don, and Adam all flying certificated classic Cessnas.
Yeah, that Backcountry Boss is something else. And it's expertly flown by both the pilots that are going to be flying it today. So, I mean, there's just going to be a bunch of good flying. I'm hoping that the crowd is super excited for it, just like I am every time I get to see these guys flying.
Yeah, these are huge aircraft comparatively. Like, I know some people, maybe if you're new to general aviation, you're thinking about really, really big airplanes, right?
Yeah.
Maybe you flew to New Orleans for this event in a 737 or something like that. These are still really big airplanes. I mean, the Cessna 180s, 182, 185, they are large and in charge when it comes to personal aircraft. And so I think if you take a look at them after the show, you can see just how big they are. These are airplanes that with all the stuff in them. So in aviation, we talk about gross weights. And so the gross weight is how much can the airplane and the stuff inside of it, the gas, the people, the cargo, how much can that whole thing weigh and still fly? And the touring class aircraft, you're going to see these first three, the Cessnas, you've got 2,800 pounds, 2,400 pounds, 2,650 pounds. What's kind of crazy is then if you go to Adam's aircraft, the 185, that's going to be able to hold plane and stuff 3,525 pounds. And the Wilderness class over there, the Backcountry Boss, can hold even more, up to 3,600 pounds between aircraft, gas, cargo, people. That's like a Honda Civic?
Yeah, it's got to be. I mean, definitely a smaller car, but like that's a lot of luggage, people, and gas.
Yeah, I mean, I just looked it up because I was curious. A Honda Civic weighs between 2,800 pounds and 3,250 pounds. So
Oh my goodness.
basically, like cars, like they're like full, like sedans flying around in the sky, and they can actually, some of them can even hold more than that, hold more. They got more volume to play with. So that's part of what makes this class and the wilderness class really fun. And you can see them kind of holding there as the competition gets ready to go. We can talk a little bit more about what else you'll see today. So you're going to
Yeah.
see the touring class, which is the certificated airplanes. You're going to see the wilderness class, which is the heavy experimentals. That's also, that's really exciting. Then later today, Cam, we're going to head over to the backcountry class. That's like the Huskies, the Champs, the Scouts, like starting to get into airplanes that you might think of more when you think of backcountry airplanes. And then after that, we're over to the rookies, people this will be the second time they've flown in front of a crowd. Practice yesterday being the first time. From there, we head over to the Cub class, another like quintessential backcountry class. And then after that, we go over to the Adventure class, which is like a little more high horsepower. You're going to see a Legend Nomad there. You're going to see some Badlands Travelers. We start reducing weight and adding horsepower as we get further and further into the day, folks. You're going to see the Sport class, really light airplanes with a lot of horsepower. Power to weight ratio is very high. And then we wrap up the day. Like I said, yesterday it was bonkers. We wrap up the day with the Unlimited class, where literally anything goes on the airplane as long as it's legal and it flies. And it's the Battle of the Badlands this year. We've got 4 brand new Badlands brand aircraft fighting against an American Legend MOAC, which is all horsepower and loudness, and Dan Reynolds again in that Chinook, which is the different side of it. Actually, I think what's interesting is you've got, like, in the Unlimited class, Cam, you've got Brian, Pat, Eddie, and Jody doing like the horsepower, like high lift thing. And then you've got Hal Stockman and Dan Reynolds, who are like, we're going to keep it light. We don't need as much horsepower. And we're just going to float in. What is it? Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it looks like our guys are shutting down for the moment while we, before we get started here. Lexi Duncan is walking out to Don Mickey's airplane right now.
I wonder if he's in trouble. Like, is Lexi just going to, or is she just going to say hi? I mean, you never know. She could be like, hey, Don, you're a troublemaker.
Straight to the principal's office with you. You know, Ryan, something that's really cool about these events is it's not only about the flying. Like, after the event, there's always hanging happening, and like getting to talk to your favorite pilots. So maybe you're voting for your favorite pilot right after the competition. You can go talk to them. I mean, they're, for the crowd out here, all you have to do is just get up out of your chair and just walk behind you, and there's airplanes and people and plenty of things to talk about. So if you are interested in talking to them, or if you've got a young one with you that's in love with airplanes, like how most of us out here are, just head over there and go say hi.
Yeah, I mean, the crowd is amazing in Jennings. I mean, we've been coming here for 6 years, and the pilots love it, right? You can tell that we have 40 pilots competing. We had a couple that couldn't make it due to mechanical or weather, but it's a large crowd here in Swamp STOL. And yes, definitely. There's a joke, folks, if you're new to airplanes. Cam's heard this one a million times. It's like, how do you know someone's a pilot? They're going to tell you. And they want to tell you. They want to come meet you and spend time with you and get to know you. So definitely go say hi to everybody, like Cam said. There's Don Mickey. He's getting back in his airplane. after his talking to from Lexi. I have no idea what's happening there. He probably just got out to see what was going on, but we can make fun of him for it. It's a beautiful airplane.
Yeah, it's absolutely stunning.
Beautiful man in a beautiful airplane.
Ooh, he's going to love hearing that. Yeah,
so engines are started, and we're getting ready to go, Cam.
Oh, yes. The flying will begin shortly.
So in practice yesterday, let's take a look at some of those scores yesterday. In practice, I've just got the score sheet pulled up right here. Looking at the practice for Heat Alpha, we had combined scores in the touring class. Don Mickey actually led that in practice. He had 468 feet combined. Best run during practice. Really close between Adam Gordon and John Douglas yesterday in practice with 513 and 521 combined. Jared Garrettson putting down insanely small numbers in the wilderness class with 169 feet combined yesterday. So we're going to see, I guess, Cam, maybe that's a good thing. We should talk about the comparison of the weather between yesterday and today. We had I think at this point in the day yesterday, we had like about 10 knots coming down the pipe.
Yeah, at times for sure. Right now it is a left quartering headwind, which is still good for our pilots, but we definitely want it to come straight down the pipe. But yeah, I would say it's at least 8 to 10 knots. It might be gusting a little bit more than that currently, but
okay.
Yeah, I mean, we're probably going to see some similar weather without all the clouds.
So put that sunscreen on if you're there in Jennings, because
yes.
Yesterday we had some cloud cover. But yeah, that wind, I mean, it's funny, right? Like STOL pilots love wind, and we've had some great moments over the course of the years with higher and higher wind.
All right, so first up we have number 307 from Pinedale, Wyoming, John Douglas in his Cessna 185. Or I'm sorry, 182.
Oh, he's going to get you for that one.
Oh, yeah, no.
Yeah, that's a what? So John Douglas and his wife, they are amazing hosts of the event in Pinedale, Wyoming. Go say hi to them and head over to Wyoming later in the season in August. They always provide us with delicious meat sticks.
Oh, yes. Next up is race number 53, Don Mickey in his Cessna 180 all the way from Albuquerque, New Mexico.
So Don Mickey, been flying in National STOL for a long time. He flies out of E98, his home airport. It says here you should watch for his precision in short takeoff and landing maneuvers, and I think that's accurate.
All right, and your hometown hero, I believe his race number is 88. That is Adam Gordon in the Cessna 185.
Adam is from Oakdale, flies out of Flying G Ranch, his home airport. And again, watch for his newfound skills in the 185. And who's this, Cam?
This is Jared Garrettson in the Backcountry Super Cub Boss, all the way from Kansas.
That's right. Jared flies from Manhattan, Kansas. He's representing Manhattan and Freeman Field in Junction City, Kansas. You can check him out on Instagram at Jared Garrettson, proudly sponsored by Garrettson Aviation.
I would assume that. Maybe, but not maybe.
And here's John Douglas taxiing back right now, folks. Check out, he's got an 0470 for the nerds at home. 0470, gross weight of 2,800, empty weight of 1,650, and just rocking those normal tires.
Yeah, right? Normal tires with quotes.
VG's on the wing, help it grab a little extra lift. And he's got the Madras Super Tips. Those are little like wing tips, how they kind of droop down.
Yeah.
A little extra control there.
Yeah, he's used to flying at super high density altitude, so being all the way down here almost at sea level, here he goes. We're going to see how he's going to perform. Woo!
Whoa! Gauntlet is dropped by John Douglas in the first takeoff of Swamp STOL 2026.
That plane was ready to fly, so right now that wind is doing him a favor. You can see Don Mickey, he's lined up kind of with his nose into the wind just a little bit. He's not straight down the runway, so he's going to take advantage of getting some more wind over the nose.
Full power for Don Mickey in race 53.
Let's go.
Tail is coming up. Waiting for just the right moment, and there it is. What a beautiful airplane. That almost doesn't look real on the drone shot that we're sending to our global audience there.
Yeah, that's a really cool shot.
Race number 88, Adam Gordon, ready on the line.
He's bringing up the tail, and off he goes.
So now I can walk you through the first takeoffs of Swamp STOL 2026 in the touring class. John Douglas with 211, Don Mickey 205. And Adam Gordon's number coming in a moment from the judges while Jared Garrettson sits on the line in that absolute beast. Adam Gordon's takeoff 217.
All right. So awesome numbers.
And it is off the ground incredibly short. You can see why National STOL had to separate the experimental heavies from the certificated ones.
Right. Man.
95 feet.
Sub 100 already.
In the touring class today, Cam, we're going to see, I think it's all going to be decided on the landings. All of those takeoffs were pretty close. 211 for John Douglas, who you see turning what we call base. He's turning right base to final in the traffic pattern right now. 211 feet. Only 6 feet behind him is Adam Gordon on takeoff this run. Don Mickey out in front with 205. So a pretty tight grouping for big airplanes.
Yeah.
We'll see how it all stacks up as they come in for the landing.
And judging by the flags, it almost looks like there's a tailwind. So we might see a little bit longer landings than what we're accustomed to. But here he goes, John Douglas.
Hold it. Oh, that was close to the line.
All right, nice and stop. Sub 300 on that for John Douglas.
Thumbs up from Lexi on the line. We're going backwards in our replay here in the booth to see if it made it over, and it looks pretty clean. I don't know if you could ask for a more accurate first landing. Let's go through frame by frame. I think he touched down just 2 or 3 feet beyond the line. That's perfect.
Ooh, yeah, it looks really good here on the camera or on the screen in the booth. Yeah, that was probably about 2 feet, like you said. All right, Don Mickey up next.
Don Mickey now is settling in.
Dumps the flaps. Chop, plops, and drops it in. And he's also sub 300 feet on that landing. A little bit past the booth here.
So like we said, it could be decided in the landing, and here we see an example of that. It's just the first run. There's still time as Adam Gordon comes in on short final. John Douglas with a shorter landing, despite Don Mickey's shorter takeoff, is actually currently in the lead.
There we go. The Cessna 185. Just a little beyond 300 feet for that landing for Adam Gordon. And then we've got the Backcountry Boss on final. You can just watch it just lumbering in the air. That airplane has a lot of flap.
You can see Jared really controlling both speed and descent rate.
Mm-hmm.
And now watch, as he is so what we call high alpha. The nose of the aircraft is really high in the air. He's got almost zero visibility over the front of the airplane right now.
Yeah,
he's just flying it with his peripheral vision.
Mm-hmm.
Hanging it out. Hanging it out,
Dragging
Jared.
the tail.
What
there we go.
is happening?
Crowd
It's
is
the first
clapping.
run.
Yeah, dude. That's awesome. That was very exciting to see. Even the crowd enjoyed it. You can hear them clapping out here.
It is okay for the viewers at home and in the crowd. It is okay for the tail to touch down before the line in these tail dragger airplanes. It's just like you see it in the backcountry all the time. People drag the tail in water before they land on a sandbar in a river. We only care about those main wheels, and you're going to see some of the higher power aircraft like the Backcountry Boss able to use all of that thrust to keep themselves in the air, and they can start slowing the airplane down by just using the friction of the ground, the drag of the wheel on the grass to get an even shorter number. That is like a highly advanced maneuver, but it depends not only on your piloting skill, but also the capabilities of your aircraft.
Absolutely. And John Douglas on the roll again. He pulled at the perfect moment. Not too early, not too late. The airplane definitely wanted to fly, as Don Mickey is pulling up to the line right now.
Cheating to the right a little bit, his right, kind of further away from the crowd to get that left crosswind Cam mentioned more on the nose. That means more lift over the wing, which means a shorter takeoff distance.
And that tail's coming up. He's using those rudder pedals to maintain directional control. Next up, Adam Gordon.
Very clean one.
Oh, yeah, man. Absolutely. It's kind of nice. We've seen everyone pulling at the right moment.
Yeah, and you'll know, folks, I mean, everyone's a little more dialed in today than yesterday in practice because they're getting used to the field elevation. The weather's pretty consistent from yesterday. You'll know if someone pulls a little bit too early, the plane just doesn't take off. It looks like it's Velcroed to the ground.
Yeah.
It's all that timing game. Here's Adam Gordon now. And Cam, I wonder, do you think, I mean, we're armchair quarterbacking here, but do you think that Adam could have pulled a little sooner?
Yeah, I absolutely do. I mean, he had plenty of airspeed over the wings for sure.
All three of the touring pilots you just saw take off shortened their takeoff distance. Everyone improved on takeoff. Now, awesome. Jared Garrettson on the line in the wilderness class. Forcing it into the air, and that's an example there. Actually, you saw he pulled back on the stick, and the plane did not leap into the air. It kind of muscled off. Now, that doesn't mean it won't be super short, but it's just maybe not as clean as he would have liked compared to his first landing. And actually, you can see it in the numbers, Cam. The first takeoff for Jared was 95 feet. We already had a sub 100 takeoff.
Right.
This second run, now it could be a combination of things, pulling a little early, a little less wind maybe on the nose of the plane. He's up from 95 to 114.
All right.
So John Douglas now coming in on short final. And while he does, folks, don't forget there's a lot of great things that you can do here at National STOL today. You can go over to the merch booth, buy some cool National STOL merch, but you can also, if you're a kid, build a paper airplane. The competition will be after the Cub and Vintage Cub classes. We'll actually have a paper airplane competition. And too short for John Douglas that time. That's a scratch. That means that whole run, the improved takeoff and everything, does not count.
Now, he's currently in the lead, so hopefully he can hold on to that, but we'll see what happens with these next two aircraft in his class.
Let's see Don Mickey now turning that base to final. Coming in on final approach now as he rounds the bend. So again, just to make sure the kids in the crowd heard it, we have a paper airplane competition for all of you kids in the crowd. You can design and build your own paper airplane. We're going to be competing after the Cub and Vintage Cub classes in a little bit. So go to the merch booth and make your paper airplane and get it all perfected so you can win the paper airplane competition. Now, Cam, Don Mickey.
Oh, yes. Chopping the throttle over the line. Great. Getting it stopped. Now, Ryan, from your perspective, could you see if he gave up some feetage there?
I feel like a plane length, a plane and a half.
Okay, yeah.
And so he improved, yes. So that was a big improvement for Don Mickey all around. Improved his takeoff distance and improved his landing distance. He's going to slide up into first place in the touring class right now with a combined score of 452.
Adam Gordon on short final. You can hear him chop the throttle, get it over the line. A little bouncy there
one
from
of
the
the
tail
downsides.
wheel. Oh, go ahead,
Yeah,
sir.
absolutely. You're hitting exactly on what I was going to say. Is one of the downsides of having a heavier airplane can be like it's physics, right? You got a lot more weight to slow down, and so you see him working those brakes, but it's a balance for tailwheel pilots because we've seen it in National STOL. If someone gets on those brakes a little too hard, they could be up on the nose, and that's not necessarily a dangerous thing, but it is an expensive thing to deal with.
And once again, Jared Garrettson in that low regime with the high alpha coming in, that nose high. Modulating the throttle. He's going to chop it right now. Just pop it in.
Oh, look at that!
Yeah.
I keep calling him a kid. He's got children. He's a grown man, but he knows how to fly. Look at that.
It really does, man. That is very impressive to see what he's doing with that aircraft. The aircraft is impressive as well, but it's always about the pilots for me.
Yeah, just because you have a good plane doesn't mean you're a good pilot.
We've seen that happen a few times. I'm not going to name any names, but we've seen
Shots fired, Cam. All right, let's just I want to tee this up for folks. So we got a little bit of a race on our hands here.
Yeah.
We just saw a complete shuffling of the board in the touring class. All three pilots have moved into a different position based on the second run. Right now, Don Mickey out in front with 452. Adam Gordon 472, and John Douglas just a few feet behind him with 478.
All right, John Douglas giving it the full beans. Man, he has been so consistent today. He's pulled at the right time every time today.
Yeah, he's got it dialed in.
Yeah.
Here is Don Mickey now, currently in first place. I think he knows he's got to just keep edging out John Douglas here, right? Like there's just, he needs John to scratch again. I mean, John's improved his take. He got that same 199 on takeoff in this third run. And so John's still a threat.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what's so cool about this competition is every bit about the pilot, like what I just said.
That was real clean. I want to see what the number comes out at.
Oh, yeah.
175. So that's going to be well short. That's 30 feet shorter than his first takeoff for Don Mickey.
So now John is going to be hoping that Don either scratches or just, forgets what brakes are.
And that can happen.
It can happen.
Workload is very high in the cockpit during competition.
Adam Gordon on the takeoff roll.
I would love to talk to Adam Gordon about the switch from I believe he was flying a Carbon Cub last year over to the 185.
Yeah, going from a lighter plane to a heavier plane. I wonder what that is like, but he's got a lot more power in front of him as well. All right, Jared Garrettson.
Here's Jared Garrett.
He's applying power, bringing that tail up, doing the rudder dance. Another short takeoff.
That just made the hair on my arms stand up. That was that was a sound. And I think the other thing to look at that plane is what's great is there's the visibility out for them, right? They can see a lot as they fly that aircraft. But there's also a lot of visibility for us watching inside, and you could see everything Jared was having to do, especially with that flap handle that his left hand was reaching up to grab. He's reaching up to grab that and apply it at just the right moment to get a little extra burst of lift from the flaps. Here's John Douglas now coming in on short final landing of Swamp STOL 2026 for him.
Oh, give him more power.
Oh!
Okay, Lexi's saying it was good.
Did he touch?
I don't think he did. I think there was still some daylight underneath the tires when he almost
going
touched.
into the replay right now. Let's take a look frame by frame. It is so close, that left main. I can't tell. The judges in race control are calling that a scratch for John Douglas, and that is going to be absolutely heartbreaking for him because that was lined up real well. That extra burst of power that he had to apply to keep the wheel off the ground did push him forward a bit more on the landing distance, but
All right, well, let's see what Don Mickey's going to do.
He's also going to scratch.
Yeah.
Okay. So that best takeoff of the day is undone by that scratch for Don Mickey. There is an opening here for Adam Gordon to upset the apple cart a little bit because he actually improved his takeoff to his best takeoff as well, down to 190. So there is math that could work that could get him out in front of Don Mickey. Stay in school, kid. Stay in school. Kid, do the math. Don't stay in stool. I don't even know what that means.
All right, Adam Gordon. Let's see what he's going to do. He's pretty stabilized coming in. There's not a lot of wind, though.
Almost 2 plane lengths given up beyond the line there.
Yeah, and a little spicy on that, little bit more extra energy.
That may not be enough to change the placement here. We'll get the final results in a little bit. Here comes Jared Gerritsen now. Remember, he's competing against the Heat Bravo, the Bravo Heat right behind him, including against Brandon Korn in this same airplane. So he's got to really put down some solid numbers because they have to stand for a whole nother heat. Look at this. He is slow.
Yeah. He's just modulating that throttle to keep that nose up, keep that altitude up until he doesn't need it anymore right now. Good to go from Lexi. Very short on that stopping, on that landing, rather.
I think we got at least 2 TikTok clips out of Jared.
Yeah, already.
YouTube Shorts coming at you this weekend. So Jared, just to tee it up as we get ready for the next heat, his best run was actually that first one that I completely lost my mind over, with a combined score of 181. The third run was a combined score of 207. So first one, the best one for Jared Gerritsen. Now we're going to reset here and go into the Bravo heat. But before we do, folks, I bet you are loving this as much as Cam and I are. There is a huge schedule of events this season for you to come see National STOL in person or watch online. I know we've got viewers all over the globe.
Yep.
Next up, we're going to be at Appalachian Mountain STOL, May 8th and 9th in Shippenville, Pennsylvania. Pony Express, right in the center of the country, St. Joe, Missouri. That's May 29th and 30th. Then we move on to July, mid-July. We're at Sodbusters, just south of Oshkosh, right before that big, huge air show in Hartford, Wisconsin. Rocky Mountain STOL, we talked about Angela and John, the hosts of that. John just competed in the touring class. That's in Pinedale, Wyoming, August 14th and 15th. That's a beautiful place to go. We've got a new event out in Oregon. Right now, it's called Oregon STOL. I think they're working on the name still because it was just signed on to the season. August 28th and 29th in Cresswell, Oregon. Music City STOL, October 9th and 10th in Lebanon, Tennessee. And then we wrap things up at Lone Star STOL and the National Finals, October 29th through 31st. That's Sulphur Springs, Texas, home of our friends and supporters at American.
All right.
So Cam,
Yep.
yeah, things are heating up.
Yeah, we're having a change of the guard right now with the Backcountry Super Cub boss. So, yeah, we're getting geared up for the Bravo heat, which would be the wilderness class, the experimental heavies.
So while they do that, we're going to go to a quick commercial, and we'll be right back with more STOL action here in Jennings, Louisiana. What's up, Av Geeks and STOL Freaks? Welcome to Lone Star STOL here in beautiful Sulphur Springs, Texas. It's Luke's for everybody, 2019 American Legend Aircraft MOAC. Round of applause for Chuck Olmstead. In the gray and orange MOAC, Brian Shirley, everybody. Give a round of applause for Brian Steck. you've been waiting for. That's right, the beast mode coax, Colin Kaniba.
Showing that he deserves to belong here. Whoa, that was legendary.
And welcome back to Swamp STOL in Jennings, Louisiana. My name is Cam Walton. I'm joined not in the booth, but remotely by Ryan Dombrowski. What's going on,
me.
Ryan? It's a me, Mario.
It's a me, Ryan. Dude, we're having such a great time here in Jennings, Louisiana right now. We're gearing up for the wilderness class, the last 3 of that. A really important announcement I got to make to everyone in the crowd in Jennings. Please don't touch any airplanes or let your children climb on them, okay? So we encourage you to go talk to the pilots. Definitely it's a look but don't touch thing. Climbing on the airplane or getting in the airplane or touching it, it can be dangerous depending which part of it you're touching, and also could actually make the aircraft unairworthy depending on what you're touching or how you touch it. So just please look but don't touch. We definitely want you to go talk to the pilots, take some pictures, things like that, but just please respect the item and don't touch the item in terms of the aircraft. So we are gearing up for wilderness class. We had an awesome touring class. We also saw Jared Garrettson kind of drop the gauntlet, right, and say, here's where I'm at, dudes. That's exactly how he talks. Here's where I'm at. Here's what I can do in this aircraft. Now we're going to see some more airplanes show up and try to best him. And that's going to be a hard thing to do for the folks coming up.
Yeah, but I mean, I think it's not going to be a problem, no, for these guys, the 3 seasoned guys that we have in front of us right now.
Yeah, so we had Jared Garrettson. It was race 603. He was flying that Backcountry Super Cup boss. He put down some scores already. Next up, in the Bravo heat, you're going to see up in front there in that beautiful orange 2025 Bearhawk 5, that's John McCardle. Luke Strandland behind him in what Cam and I call the Sonic Weapon. It's actually a 2009 Murphy Super Rebel. That's Luke Strandland from Mora, Minnesota. And Brandon Korn following up the rear of the class in the Backcountry Super Cup boss. He's going to be flying in race number 30.
All right. In front of us in the beautiful copper Bearhawk 5, race number 10, John McCardle.
John McCardle's from Omaha, Nebraska, earned his pilot's license in May of 22 and flew his first STOL competition in 2023. He's got over 450 flight hours now, and he combines his passion with for backcountry flying with his passion for hunting.
Ooh. Next up in the Murphy Super Rebel, race number 26, Luke Strandland.
So Luke Strandland transitioned from 7 years of dirt track racing to flying in 2014. That might make his flying style make a little bit more sense. He's been flying the Super Rebel since 2023. Spent 1,000 hours upgrading this aircraft last season. It's a totally new aircraft.
And up next, we've seen the aircraft fly already today, but This is a new pilot for us today. This is Brandon Korn, all the way from Hearne, Texas.
That's right. Brandon Korn also flying the Backcountry Super Cub Boss. This airplane has 330 horsepower. You already saw it on display. He's been flying a national STOL for a long time. Former champion in the touring class in his 205. He's got a lot of victories under his belt, and there's a big rivalry between him and that orange and copper airplane you see right there. Him and John McArdle have been throwing down against each other for years. So we're excited to see them both now with a little time in their new airplanes. Brandon Korn went over to the Super Cub Boss, and John was like, you know what? I'm going to get out of this mall, and I'm going to build a totally custom Bearhawk 5. And these airplanes are just beasts. And you're gonna hear them, you're going to feel them, and you're going to see them in just a few minutes.
Yes, we see that beautiful blue Beach 18 out there in naval livery. Good old sound of round, as we like to say.
John McArdle pulling up to the line. Man, he is right on the edge. I don't even know if he's still in the brackets over there. You got to be kind of within the brackets on the line there, so you're within the angle rules. So basically what you see those brackets, he is outside the bracket. We'll see if race control has issue with it or not. What happens is we want the pilots still to be somewhat to the center of the runway so they can't fly like totally corner to corner. It's mostly a safety thing for the crowd and the
That was fantastic from John McArdle, the newlywed.
That's right.
Yeah.
So this is actually, I see race control. It says number 10, John McArdle, line violation, run will not count.
Oh.
That is gonna, John is gonna be angry about that.
He is
I
gonna
think.
be
Here's
upset.
Luke scrambling. Plug your ears, folks. This thing is
goodness.
a beast. Oh, and a huge jack angle on the way out into the sky.
Yeah, Luke had touted 600 plus horsepower for that aircraft. It's a twin turbo engine on that plane, so I mean, it's believable. 600 horses is believable.
I think last year, while he was still trying to figure out how much power it made, it just said enough on the pilot profile sheet.
Up next, Brandon Korn.
Oh, I almost said bonkers. It was bonkers. I'm just going to own it. Brandon Korn on the line now in the Boss.
Here he goes, tail up, back. Ease the flaps out.
So here's something interesting. Looking at the stats for all these airplanes you've seen flying in the wilderness class, that airplane has the least amount of horsepower of any of them. 330 horsepower for Brandon Korn and Jerry Garrettson. They're both flying the same plane. 400 horsepower on the Lycoming 580 that you see kind of coming around the bend here. And then Luke Strandland with 602 enough. Like, it's interesting that the Boss is the lowest. I mean, 330 horsepower in an aircraft is a big number, but like, he's the that's the least amount of horsepower he's got.
Yeah, that's
In this
super
class.
crazy. That's kind of what got me into wanting to fly a GA, is that, you know, people would talk about how much horsepower is on the front of some of these airplanes, and it's pretty much guaranteed that a lot of the planes, you might have more horsepower, especially in a family van. Like, that is just insane to me. But it's just about the construction of the fuselage and the wings and everything that's going on with the airplane that makes it fly. Here we go. John McArdle.
Right on the line for John McArdle.
Doesn't matter, though. It didn't count already, so he's okay with that.
That's true. That's true. That's true. But still, perfect practice, perfect performance. Here he goes, watching
Yes.
frame by frame. We're just curious if it was a scratch or not. Here we go on the replay. Oh, it was a scratch as well. Looks like the tire was deforming on the line there. Lexi, it happened so fast for her, she couldn't tell. Now, up to Luke Strandland. This is his technique. It's kind of unique. I didn't mean to rhyme that and make a poem out of it. So, definitely always does the high approach, high stabilized approach, but he gets into high alpha really high. There's a lot of trust in the horsepower of this airplane. You can see him now settling down over that taxiway.
Ooh, nice and buttery on that landing from Luke. And Ryan, I have a special guest in the booth with me right now. You might recognize him. He is going to be flying later on the day. He has a son that's here that's also competing. This is Mr. Patrick McIntyre.
Hey, guys.
So Pat McIntyre is in the booth, and Pat, so great to see you, man. How you doing?
Man, doing great. How are you, Ryan?
I mean, I wish I was there with all of you, but other than that, I'm great.
Yeah, good. We wish you were here too, man. Got some great weather. It's just about perfect for a STOL event.
Yeah, absolutely.
We got Brandon coming in here.
Got Brandon coming in right now.
Brandon takes a little different approach than Jared does in that plane. He kind of does the higher alpha, dropping it in. He's good at hitting that spot. Pulling that nose up, getting it on the slats. A little power to carry it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. That was textbook.
Yeah, man.
Ooh, that was real good.
I think that landing was definitely designed for comfort.
And, I mean, and short as can be.
Yeah.
That's,
all at the same time.
yeah.
That was super awesome.
So I
We're
missed it
watching
as I was
here on the
walking up.
replay, guys, but
Oh, excuse me, go ahead.
I was just going to say that it was textbook. Tail down before the line, lever action down onto the mains. It was beautiful. Go ahead.
As I was walking up, you said John's run didn't count. What happened there?
He was outside the brackets.
Oh, outside the bracket.
Yeah, line violation.
You can see Lexi right now pointing exactly to where the bracket is. You got to be inside those brackets. And so I don't know how often it comes into play, but we have enough of a crosswind that you guys are sidestepping that far, Pat, but it definitely caught him off guard today.
Yeah, the weather's almost exactly like yesterday. A little bit more crosswind here this morning, and then yesterday afternoon it kind of lined up with the runway better. Mm-hmm. So these guys flying early have more crosswind. John kind of has a slow start there on the line.
Yeah.
Brings it up slowly.
I think that's part of the secret
Right.
sauce. Yeah, pulled a bit early. He also had one of those wheels locked up, it looked like. Did you see that left main? That tire not spinning?
Yeah, you put your feet on the brakes to hold it to get to power, and then you got to release them but still run your rudders, and it's really easy to get excited and still push on a brake. And I can tell you that's not good for a short takeoff.
Up next, Luke Strandland.
660 horsepower.
Oh, my goodness.
Is that the number now? 660?
You can see the judges holding their ears out there as he passes.
When that engine was built, they put it on the dyno, and it made 660 horsepower.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. I don't know if he
That's
gets
too
that
many
much out of it.
horsepowers.
It's a lot.
That is a full stable of horsies.
It makes all the noise.
It's almost like that weird crowd control device.
Yeah.
the crowd control device that they like aim at people and then everyone starts like puking. Or, like that's what it's like the sound. That's how I feel when it goes by, in like a good way.
Tail up, flaps down, boom.
Yeah.
So gentlemen, I just want to catch you up on the scores right now. So Jared Garrettson, as of this first run, still out in front with 181. Brandon Korn only 5 feet behind him. Luke Strandland a ways away with a combined score of 332. So it is like a fight right now between Jared and Brandon, but we haven't seen what John McCardle can do. Indeed, his first takeoff and landing were close. They were close to that. So we're gonna see a fight in the next 2 runs.
Nice. So here comes John McCardle on final. On his takeoff, Cam talked about how he pulled too soon, and what that means is the plane didn't have enough airspeed. It wasn't ready to fly. He asked it to fly by pulling the tail down, the nose up, but it just the tires just drug along the ground.
Yeah.
You guys have probably already talked about that, but that's definitely a bit of an art, knowing when to pull. And of course the weather changes it every time.
Ooh.
Using those shocks.
Yeah. Just plopped it in. But it looks like he got it over the line. Lexi's saying that it's good to go. Man, that's a beautiful airplane.
Now we got a competition. 3 of them on the board. 4 of them.
Yes, sir. Oh, yeah. So we'll see what John McCardle's numbers are going to be. Right now, the number to beat is 181 from Jared Garrettson while he was flying the Backcountry Super Cub Boss.
Those are crazy impressive numbers. It's a 2,000-pound airplane empty, or 1,800.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah, I mean, the Honda Civic in the sky.
Yeah.
It's a huge thing. While we've got time, so here's the thing. I got to say something real quick. Luke is taking his time coming in right now. If you want to do your best helicopter impression, you can also get a helicopter ride today with the Commemorative Air Force in a MASH style helicopter, Bell 47. So go check that out. All right, he's settling down into the pocket.
Here we go. Wonder if he's going to use a reverse pitch prop. No.
I don't even think he tried on that one.
No, not at all.
He was struggling to engage it yesterday. I saw him.
Yep.
I don't know. I've heard you guys talk about that so many times, how hard that is and how busy they are in the cockpit trying to get the RPMs down and get it engaged. Maybe he'll do it for us on the 3rd one. Yeah, Ryan, that MASH helicopter is right over by my airplane, and it's amazing. I've been watching it fly yesterday and today. It's so cool. Well, the boss is hovering, but
those are amazing.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, I can see everybody in it, so it's got to be.
Yeah.
Boss looks like it's hovering up there in the wind.
Yeah, as Ryan likes to say, shoveling the air out of the way.
Right. Look how big those
It's just
flaps
got so much
are.
flaps.
Yeah.
It's all flap. Oh, he's using those slats. Hold it. Drop. It floated. Caught a little wind there.
Mm-hmm.
I still think it was shorter than his first one, though.
Yeah. So, yeah, John McCardle put down a 323 total score. So the number to beat is 181 right now for first place.
And that's Jared right now?
Yep, Jared.
And where's
Garrettson.
Brandon?
Brandon Korn is 186.
5 feet.
5 feet.
I mean, that's a question for you as a competitor, Pat, is like, we are seeing now in the 6th year, we saw it in the 5th year, now heading into the 6th year, we're seeing competitions determined often by a single foot. And I'm curious what your take on that is as someone who's now, up in the unlimited class very consistently. What does that do to you in terms of your competitive strategy?
It's so fun to watch the innovation with these airplanes. Pilots and builders keep making them more and more capable, and it just makes it more and more fun. And of course, pilots keep practicing and figuring out techniques to land shorter, take off shorter, but I love it. I love how competitive these classes are. All right, here goes John. He's bringing up the power. See if he can get a shorter takeoff this time.
This is the last lap for the wilderness class.
Oh yeah. Looks like that was sub 100, wasn't it?
Yeah, it looked like it to me. He didn't have a very long takeoff roll at all.
Nice.
His previous best takeoff was 85 feet.
Ooh.
Yeah, that second one was just a dribbler. This one was more typical of what he usually does. All right, let's see if Luke can get all 660 horsepower working with him here.
The sonic weapon, as we like to call it.
I'm glad we're wearing headsets.
Yeah, seriously.
It kind of rattles your chest as it goes by.
I feel it in my tailbone.
Right.
Like,
Is that airplane legal? Can it be that loud?
does he need a hush kit for it?
I don't know. What are the rules?
Only if you live next to Karen. Oh, look what do we got here.
Got some, looks like T6s.
Are those T6s flying in formation?
Yeah.
They sound like it. Goes the boss. Tail up. Flaps down. Oh, yeah.
Woo! That still made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It just cuts through so much.
Got
So
John
right now,
McCardle
just to
turning
tee up
final.
tee up his takeoff. His takeoff was 88 feet.
Okay.
So not his shortest, but close enough, right? We're down to 88 feet. We're sub 100 with him.
So
that is actually the shortest takeoff.
We're looking for 181, so he needs just under 100 to take over the lead right now for his landing.
It is possible.
Yeah, I've definitely seen him do it before. Let's see if he can put it together. I think that wind's picking up a little bit. It's some crosswind, but there's a little headwind.
Ooh.
On the brakes. Oh, big bounce.
It was so close.
That bounce.
Yeah.
Just cost you. When you bounce like that, your wheels come off. Obviously, the brakes aren't helping. And so when we bounce, we're going longer.
Yep.
And also, gentlemen, it looks like that was a scratch. He touched down about 2 feet before the line.
Well, it looked good from here.
It did look really good from here. I can barely see the line. Right
I know.
now.
You kind of got the hump on the runway there, so makes it harder to see.
While Luke Strandling comes around, gentlemen, one little note to add to our conversation about the MASH helicopter. Folks, if you're going to go take a ride, which we do encourage you to do, please remember to stay along the fence line as you make your way over there, just for your safety. Make sure that you're right up against that fence line. It's a little bit safer for you with all the aircraft coming in and out of the airport. So.
Luke's coming down. He's got that nose up high, using those slats.
A little spicy. He's going to get a stop, though. Let's see if he uses that reverse pitch. No.
He didn't.
No.
Okay.
And I think, you guys correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is the heaviest airplane of this bunch, isn't it? Luke's? Do you know?
I think so.
I believe it is. It's so big.
It is.
I think it's heaviest from an empty weight perspective, but I'm not mistaken. I think the Backcountry Boss is slightly higher on gross weight.
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Which has very little to do with what we're doing today. We're flying light.
Once again, the Backcountry
So here
Boss.
comes Brandon, guys.
Oh, yeah. Shoveling that air out of the way.
What was his takeoff, Ryan?
His takeoff was 112 feet, so
To get to 81, he
His
needs like
best.
60.
There we go.
Nope.
oh,
Ran out of energy.
could hear the crowd
Yeah.
be disappointed all the way across the country.
That's one of the challenges when you're trying to come in at that high alpha in a long descent. You know, you're using a lot of gravity to come down, and if it starts to sink, it just takes so much power to try and catch it.
Yeah.
It's a different technique than you'll see Jared use. Both of them very effective, just different ways guys try and do similar things.
So that is going to conclude the wilderness and touring class here at Swamp STOL 2026. While we get ready for that, I want to thank a couple of our sponsors who've made this all possible. First, ICOM. They're the radio people, right? ICOM radios. They provided us with new radios last year so we can communicate effectively at our events. That's our line judges. All the people on the staff, they're all working together using ICOM radios. So big thanks to them for all of their support. We've been talking all about braking. We got to talk about our friends at Behringer Aero, who have been making, they're the red wheels and brakes people. And they've been providing a lot of support to National STOL, in addition to all of these great annual sponsors. So first up, let's talk about our friends at Clemens Insurance. Behringer Aero, Flying Eyes, Legend Aircraft, ICOM Radios, Lift Aviation, Moza Racing, Sarasota Avionics and Maintenance, iFly EFB, Tundra Tailwheels, and promotional consideration provided by Red Tag Art. So it takes an absolute village to put on a city, to put on National STOL, and it is brought to you by all of those wonderful sponsors. We can't thank them enough. And, of course, all the volunteers and you at home. We will be back with the conclusion of the touring and the wilderness class right after this.
right, folks, and we are back at Swamp STOL in Jennings, Louisiana. We're going to conclude the touring and wilderness classes. And so if I can get John Douglas to come over here and join us over here with the touring guys. Do y'all know what the scores are at all? Do you know who won? All right. In third place with a score of 478 feet, John Douglas. Oh snap, we got the water guns. In second place with a score of 472 feet, Adam Gordon. And in first place with a score of 452 feet, Don Mickey. Do you want to say something, or do you want to go ahead and just go to war?
I want to figure out how to work this.
You got to pump it. It's a pump. I'm just let you go to war. Oh!
I wasn't getting your microphone.
All right, if the wild and wilderness bunch can come over here. Yeah, y'all got to come over here. Y'all got to meet the talent. Do y'all know how the scores played out? Okay, all right. Oh, John said he does. Here we go. In fourth place, with a combined total of 332 feet, Luke Strandland. In third place, with a combined total of 323 feet, John McCardle. In second place, with a combined total of 186 feet, Brandon Korn. Yes, sir. And in first place, with a combined total of 181 feet, so 5 feet difference between second and first place, Jared Garrettson. Go to war. All right, folks, we're going to get geared up for the adventure class. We'll see you right after this.
And let's hear it one more time for the wilderness class and the touring class. Things are just getting started, folks, here in Swamp STOL in Jennings, Louisiana. What an amazing kickoff to the season. So let's regroup on the scores for the touring class. In third place, you just heard it, John Douglas with a combined score of 478. Adam Gordon in second place, 472. Wow, that is close between second and third place. And in first place in the touring class, in that Cessna 180, Don Mickey with a combined score of 452 feet. And in the wilderness class, we had 4 pilots competing. In fourth place, we had Luke Strandland with a combined score of 332. Third place goes to John McCardle with a combined score of 323. And then a 5-foot difference. Brandon Korn in second place with 186. And Jerry Garrettson with a combined score of 181 feet combined. Folks, that is a 95-foot takeoff combined with an 86-foot landing. Just absolutely insane performance in the Alpha and Bravo heats here in Jennings. Wanted to give a little extra love to our friends over at Behringer Aero. You heard me talking about them before. I want to talk about them again because they do support us so well. The company Behringer Aero has been manufacturing wheels and brakes in the same spirit of quality and performance for 30 years. Since 2002, Behringer Aero has been making wheels and brakes for a wide range of aircraft. That's everything from ultralight airplanes all the way up to the heavy hitters like the PC-6 by Pilatus or the Piper PA-4628, the Diamond DA-42. Includes everything for a bolt-on conversion. So big thanks to our friends over at Behringer Aero for all of their help. The other folks we want to talk about as we head over into the Charlie heat are our friends at Clemens Insurance. You're going to see Jerry Clemens from Clemens Insurance competing later today. So many of our competitors are insured by him and his family and all the employees there that make Clemens Insurance so great. They're the most affordable and best insurance coverage available, and they maintain the highest standard of excellence. So a big thanks to our friends over at Clemens Insurance. While we gear up for the Charlie heat, getting ready for this backcountry class, I want to talk about the season, Cam. We've got some new rules this season, and most of them have to do with how annual points are calculated for season-long standings. So this is all done with a big group of pilots that participate in the Pilot Rules Committee. So they all work together to work with National STOL to make sure that they have a voice in how the competition is run. And that's everything from those brackets we were talking about to what is a scratch called over the years. How is a scratch done? Is it before the line or on the line? It's currently on the line thanks to the work of that team. And so as we head into 2026, here's how the annual season points are calculated, Cam. 5 regular season events will count towards season points in 2026. If a pilot attends more than 5 events, their top 5 finishes count towards the points. If there's only one pilot registered in a particular class at an event, that did happen a few times last season, they will earn half points. So first place is normally 25 points. If you show up, but you didn't have to compete against anyone, you're going to get 12 and a half points moving forward this season. The most consistent competitor of the event will earn 5 additional points toward the season standings. Previously, that was just 1 point. So more weight put on who is the most consistent at each event. The most consistent is determined by the competitor with the lowest average variation between all rounds and no scratches or DQs. If a competitor does not compete in a round, that would count as a scratch. So sometimes people can only compete 2 of 3 runs or something like that, do it a mechanical. If they can't get all 3 runs in, they are not considered for most consistent. And then finally, and this was a big one, Cam, the grand champion of each event will now be determined by the pilot's class placement in conjunction with their most consistent score. So for example, if a pilot is the most consistent pilot and they have a second place finish in their class, but another pilot is the second most consistent pilot but has a first place finish in their class, the second pilot, the most consistent, second most consistent but with the first place finish, would be the grand champion. We'll work through that with you all season, but that's the new rules heading into 2026. Again, mostly about how the points are tabulated for the season instead of like things, boots on the ground things with the way the airplanes work during the event. And last, I've been talking a long time, Cam, but lastly, before I turn it over to you in the booth, I want to remind all of the kids you have a little more time to go build that paper airplane at the National STOL merch booth. The competition will be after the Cub and Vintage classes, so you got a few more classes coming up, but go to that merch booth, design your best paper airplane, and get ready for that competition after the Cub class. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I made it. I said all the words.
Heck yeah.
So we're headed over into the backcountry class, Cam. That is going to be number 19. That's Jeff Harrell in the Champ Scout. Brad Crawford in a Husky. Jerry Clemens, we just talked about Clemens Insurance, also in a Husky. Phil Shearer was going to goof around in the rookie class and I think realized he could be up in the backcountry class. He's flying his Husky. And then Andrew Ripple flying a Cessna 150 Aerobat from Lafayette, Louisiana. So,
yeah, I was excited to see that Aerobat in this class competing because it is not your traditional STOL aircraft. It's actually an aerobatic version of a Cessna 150, so that's more akin to a training aircraft, but it's got special reinforcements and some structural differences a stock 150 than a stock 150, so it allows it to do the upside downies and the rollies and all the cool things that you can do with aerobatics. But this one is actually pretty special, as we'll come to find out a little bit later. All right, so starting off the backcountry class from Oak Grove, Louisiana, race number 19, Jeff Harold.
So Jeff Harold competes today. He says he represents Team Louisiana. Like Cam said, he hails from Oak Grove, Louisiana, at 9 Mike 6. That's his home airport. Really involved in the ag aviation side of things. So excited to see him fly today.
Up next, from Hot Springs, Arkansas, in the Aviat Husky A1C, race number 19, Brad Crawford.
Brad, you can see there, always the showman, someone who maybe picked that up during the aerobatic phase of his pilot career. It's really fun to watch. You're going to see a lot of precision there. You're going to see a lot of tail high, looking for pennies action.
Up next, from Wichita, Kansas, race number 17 in the Aviat Husky, Jerry Clemens.
Jerry Clemens kind of showing all his cards right there if you're new to National STOL. Did that airplane back itself up? Yes, it did. He's got reverse pitch propeller on that. Luke Strandland, actually in the Wilderness class, also has that, but did not activate it today. It's not a silver bullet, but it is an advantage for some of our competitors.
All right, representing the Flying Otters from America Seaplane City, race number 259, Phil Shearer.
We saw Phil yesterday competing in the rookie class during practice, and he was putting down such precision. I think the first takeoff, I was like, wait a minute, what is this guy doing? He's really precise and good on the controls, so we're going to see that soon.
All right, and finally, race number 888, all the way from Lafayette, Louisiana, in the 1970 Cessna 150K Aerobat, Andrew Ripple.
And the Aerobat, like Cam mentioned, is a Cessna 150, the humble training aircraft that can do, as he said, the upside downies and the loopy doopies. We're not going to see any of that today. What's interesting is they have modified the aircraft from a traditional Aerobat. They've got a larger engine in it. It was actually swapped from a Cardinal, a Cessna Cardinal, if you're familiar with that aircraft. And they've thrown vortex generators on the leading edge of the wing. And so this might be a good opportunity to talk about the various parts of a STOL airplane, the things that are different from standard airplanes. Vortex generators is one of those things. They're little tiny, they look like V's, like aluminum V's that go on the leading edge of the wing. They can be made of other things as well. And they actually create little, like, best way to describe it maybe is mini tornadoes that help the vortexes, that help the wind, the apparent wind, the air stay attached to the top of the wing. Okay, here's Jeff Harold on the roll.
All right. And we do have a pretty stiff crosswind right now, left crosswind, so they're going to be battling that, and they're going to be doing what John McCardle was doing earlier in the last class and trying to go on the right side of the runway, so furthest away from the crowd, as Ryan mentioned earlier, just to get a little bit more air over the wings.
Brad Crawford, maybe a half second early on the pull. Not afraid to get that tail up high either, so he can take a bigger bite, we call it in the STOL circles. He can pull back on that stick really hard and get the airplane up into the sky. And here's Jerry Clemens already with the tail off the ground. He's looking for pennies too. Where are they? Oh, doesn't matter. I'm going to slide early again.
That beautiful red and black Husky from Jerry Clemens.
Here's Phil Shearer.
Ooh, that tail came way high. Woo!
Yeah, he went for it on that one. Let's watch that again.
Yeah, please. Let's see that again. He's got plenty of clearance. It's just, wow. All right. And here we go with the Aerobat. Beautiful aircraft. And Ryan, I am joined in the booth with Adam Gordon.
How's it going, Cam?
Local hero here.
Just watch. Sorry, I'm gonna cut you off because we just watched that replay of Phil Shearer, and he was mowing the lawn here at Louisiana. Anyway, hi Adam, how's it going?
How's it going, Ryan? We're missing you today, bud.
Oh, I wish I was there.
Yeah.
So this year's event, we got a few seconds before Jeff Harrell comes in. How's it going for you so far?
Things are getting smoother and smoother every year as we build a bigger team for support here. So it gets better every year. Ooh, good one right there. I think he was a little short, but he's really got it together there.
Keeping that tail up.
Man, he's got so much control of that airplane. He knows it so well.
So yeah, Adam, you were saying that the competition is just getting better and better every year. We've got more volunteers. The crowd is huge.
We have a huge crowd this year. We'll contribute that to the beautiful weather we have today.
Oh, yes.
That and the engagement of everyone in the community really is coming out and supporting Swamp STOL. It's a lot of fun to see all the kids and all the families out here today, kind of just enjoying what we enjoy and being a part of it. So
yeah.
I want to thank everybody for coming out today.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely not accustomed to seeing this large of a crowd out here. So, I mean, it is fantastic to see all these people enjoying some short takeoffs and landings.
That is our goal. We want to keep growing every year. Next thing you know, we'll be the next Sun and Fun Oshkosh. Who knows?
Yeah,
you know?
let's go.
That's where it starts. Look at Bragg coming in here like a pro. Oh, the wind must be letting loose of him.
Yeah.
He's not happy with that.
He's definitely not happy. He's not even stopping.
Yeah.
He's still having fun, though.
We all get frustrated. You know, that's how you get the nerves off. Yeah. You know, that's when you see me do something like that, it means I'm just getting rid of the nerves.
Yeah.
The places that we do this type of flying, there's usually not an audience. You're out in the middle of nowhere, and it's just you and your buddies. So when you put 1,000 people watching you, you know, you want to be on your P's and Q's.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll see if Jerry can get it across the line this time. Beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. Full reverse. There we go. I'm sure you've given them an education already on the reversible prop and how that works.
No, we actually haven't really talked about it. Are you
Yeah. So Jerry right there is running a reversible prop that essentially was designed for float planes where you could back up, but we're using them on the bush planes now. And he's able to come in at a low RPM, and once he gets it stopped, he can go full power in reverse, and you'll notice a 20 to 50-foot reduction in total landing distance there. So that's it's a big advantage, but there's a lot going on in a short amount of time to get it into reverse and get it stopped.
Ooh, and Phil.
Good job for Phil right here.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Phil really is impressing me today. Phil's a low-time guy, first competition to come into. And he's doing exceptionally well. Exceptionally well. I told him that. We had breakfast this morning. I was like, man, you're killing it. Keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah. He was flying the pants off that aircraft yesterday.
He really was, man. He caught me off guard.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, here we go. And the 150, the wind let loose of that one too.
Oh, yeah. But it is all good. I think
it is. This is an airplane that you can go do loops and rolls, all kind of good stuff. Strip it down, get it light, and come out here and have fun competing in it. So it opens it up. You can do so many things with that airplane.
So a couple nights ago, you hosted the pilots dinner. I'll just call it the pilots dinner. At your
we'll
place.
call it that. Yeah. So one of the things as I go around the country doing this is you fly all day, and you get in and you're wore out and you just want to maybe have a drink and have a steak. So that spurred the arrival steak night, and we do that at my strip. And I think we had close to 100 folks show up, and I think we had about 30 airplanes there. And we cooked a feast for everyone and had a great time and kind of got to catch up because this is the first event of the season. So we get to talk about all the mods that everybody does over the winter and, start the trash talk for the weekend. So it's a lot of fun,
Now, are you going to make it to Sun and Fun, or are you hanging out here?
I don't know if I'll make Sun and Fun. We'll see how the week goes.
Okay.
We'll see. There goes Jeff. That is a good-looking airplane right there.
It really does.
Good-looking airplane. Will you be making Sun and Fun?
Yeah.
Excellent.
I'll be leaving here tomorrow and then heading down there.
I think there's a major caravan
Yes.
from Jennings to Sun and Fun starting tomorrow. Airplanes and cars alike.
Brad Crawford bringing that tail up on the snarling Husky.
The steady left crosswind brings in another factor when we get into these tail draggers where your high horsepower, the airplane, the P factor wants to pull it to the left already.
Yeah.
The left crosswind only pushes it further. So you're really managing rudder and brakes to stay straight and get off in a short amount of time.
Yeah, so let's talk about that. Being tailwheel pilots, like, you are on your rudder, like, just taxiing.
Just taxiing. I'm really on the rudders hard in these crosswinds. You're constantly tapping the brake to bring it back around.
Yeah.
This morning when we were out there on takeoffs, you're full right rudder and then tapping that brake as you're coming through in order to stay straight, in order to get off the ground.
Yeah, that's so wild.
So you're doing 5 or 6 things.
Yeah.
And just a second and a half, really tail high.
Phil, what?
Wow.
So much. Woo!
Yeah.
Just a lot.
That crept out of nowhere. That got us right there.
Yeah. Whew. I kind of have to settle down right now. Like,
that was a little bit like Pat's yesterday.
Guys, I feel like it's like
I was grabbing my
like,
chest yesterday when Pat came in and got it close.
oh.
And here goes the 150. All he can give it. Dumping those flaps, ripping it off the ground. He's doing real well.
And so in addition to having that rudder control, you're also inputting the ailerons, right?
You're inputting ailerons, and you're waiting for the tail to come alive where you can grab the flaps and rip it back. Because there's no airspeed to look at. It's not working yet.
Yeah.
It's all about feel, and when that tail comes alive and you have some pressure, you can really decide, all right, I'm ready to go.
Do you sing a song, or do you have like a cadence, or like do you count, or are you just really relying on flying the wing?
It is all about feel. To me, it's
Okay.
the wing is one thing. It's the feel in the tail is when I know it's ready to go.
Okay.
When I can start getting some stiffness back in there.
All right, Jeff.
Jeff really showing what a scout can do right there. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
But Jeff's in an airplane every day. He gets a lot of practice. I'm sure he pulls that one out of the hangar every evening when he parks the air tractor. So.
Oh, yeah.
So, guys, I'm just going to come in and give a little update on scores as we've been watching this Charlie Heat, this backcountry class go. Right now, we've got people coming in for landings on their second run. We had a lot of scratches that first run, right? We had scratches from Jeff, Brad, and Andrew. Right now, Jeff is now on the board as Brad comes in. Jeff has a combined score of 334. Jerry Clemens out in front with 305 combined. And Phil Shearer mowing the lawn with a combined score of 345.
Oh, good job for Brad right there.
Oh, yeah.
Looking good. Yep.
It's funny.
And you'll notice Brad's giving it a little bit of power when he comes in there at the end on the brakes to keep the tail down.
Yes.
It's counterintuitive to what you may think, but a little bit of air over the tail, he can pull that tail down to keep from going over.
Man, that's...
And he is an expert at it.
Oh, yeah.
He really is.
Absolutely.
It's a pleasure to watch.
Right? So, like, last year, he was, neck and neck with Jerry a lot. And Jerry's got the reverse pitch prop, so, it's not the ultimate silver bullet, but it definitely helps. But just Brad's over there just manhandling the aircraft, making it do what it does.
Absolutely. The thing for Jerry, there's just a lot going on, like I said, in just right there. Oh, and it worked for him on that one.
Yeah.
It worked on that one. Good job, Jerry.
So real quick, I'm going to hop in and say that Brad Crawford, at least briefly out in front with that last landing, now on the board with 286. Jerry Clemens, though, that was really tight, really well put together run. We'll have the score for that one in a second. That's going to put him back. Actually, it just popped in. It's going to put him back in front with 262 combined. So the numbers are just dropping more and more right now in the backcountry class.
Oh, good job, Phil, over the line. Good job. Very short right there to have no reverse.
Oh,
excellent,
yeah.
excellent.
Absolutely. And that dude has a formidable beard as well.
He does. I agree with that. He's also got a husky that's the same on amphib, so he's a float pilot as well. Got a twin that you can have on floats and one on wheels.
Yeah,
that makes for
so
a lot of
cool.
fun. Skidding it in, I like it.
Oh, yeah. That is just such a good-looking aerobat.
You know, we had an aerobat 3 or 4 years ago that was coming in the circuit out of the Dallas area, and I was always impressed on how short he could take off and land.
Yeah.
But he was an avionics guy, if I'm speaking right. He would take everything out of the airplane.
Okay.
When I mean everything out of the airplane, I was like, okay, all right, we've got a motor. We're good to go.
Oh, dude, that's awesome.
But he flew the pants off of it. It was awesome.
Oh, man.
So is this our last run?
I believe so, yeah.
Last run. Last opportunity to see what we got right here. Jeff's been doing a lot of practicing. Is Jeff in third now?
Jeff is in fourth right
Ooh.
now.
Pressure's on for Jeff. We're going to see what he's going to do now.
Jerry Clemens in first place with 262. Phil up into second place now with 281. Brad Crawford 286. So that's tight. Jeff Harrell right here taking off 334 combined. And
Man.
And we've got a little more of a straight crosswind coming, and it was a little dead on that run before. So, and that makes it complicated. As you get each run in, you feel like you can get deeper and deeper into the regime, but when the wind changes every time, it's a new game. It's a new game every time you pull up to the line. Smooth, very smooth.
Yeah. Let's see what that number is for Brad. If it'll come in for me.
All right, let's see what Uncle Jerry's got out there.
Yeah.
Let's see it. It's going to be tight.
It really
That's
is gonna
what
be
it's going to
tight.
be. We're going to
Yeah.
see. And Phil, maybe we get him just to dial it back just a hair.
Yeah.
on the nose forward on the stick. But you know what? He's in second place, so I can't say too much.
I mean, yeah.
Here we go, Phil. Let's
Yeah.
go. Let's go.
All right.
And if you'll notice, Phil on departure, he's doing an excellent job of getting broke off the ground, building some airspeed before he's climbing out. That's essential in the backcountry.
Putting those short field, soft field operations, just like all the textbook marks you're making.
You know, it's not just ripping it off the ground. There's a lot that goes into it to do it safely time and time again. So I love to see the guys come out here and do that, execute it correctly.
So while we're waiting on Jeff to come around the bend, Ryan was asking how it is coming from the Carbon Cup, right? You had a Carbon Cup,
Yeah.
and now you're in the 185.
Yeah.
Like, what's it feel like?
I
this
still
year?
think it's a Cub. It's not. I can't see anything. It's I'm used to strapping wings on in the Cub, so
Yeah.
it's been fun. We've made several trips loading the family up and going into the Ozarks and fishing in the mountains in it. So we're doing everything that we're supposed to be doing with it, and we were having a blast. And I'm just getting more and more comfortable with it on the short stuff.
Okay.
There we go, Jeff. That was a good one.
Mm-hmm. Those brakes work in that airplane.
They do. They do. He keeps the airplane top notch too.
Oh,
Every time I
yeah.
walk around it, I'm a OCD about catching little things. And
Yeah.
every time I walk by, creme de la creme.
Man.
But yeah, we're getting more comfortable in the 185, and I keep it on a short strip already. So STOL practices every day that I fly it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I wasn't able to make the steak dinner this year, but last year, when I came to the house, I was like, "Oh, this is short.
It is very short.
There's obstacles on both ends.
There's trees and power lines.
Woo!
It's not forgiving.
Yes.
You better have it together when you come in there. But we do it with 90 gallons of fuel and 4 people on board and rock out with all of our camping gear and have a good time.
That's so cool.
It is so much fun. Right across the line. Good job, Brad and Short. Good job. I'm missing our feet markers on the other side.
Yeah.
So I can kind of play the game across. When I play the angle, I don't even want to say a footage because I'm square I'll be 50 feet off.
And Jerry Clemens.
It's coming in slow, nice and stable. It looks good. The wind's a little down the runway more than straight crosswind right now, so we might see some shorter numbers on this set of landings. Oh, a little shot of power.
Mm-hmm.
Up. And if you'll see there, you have to be at a certain RPM to get it to go into reverse.
Okay.
And he didn't make it on that one.
Yeah.
It's a lot to happen. So having the reversible prop is great, but you don't get to use it every time.
Yeah.
So. And he's probably in there kicking himself right now, like I would be. So.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
We're hardest on ourselves. As we get in here, you're really competing with yourself is what you're doing because you know what you can do when you're off by yourself. Oh, saved that one as well. Good job, Phil.
And got it stopped
Very short.
Oh,
very short.
Even with the extra burst of power.
Woo!
Oh,
I'll be curious to see how this one settles up.
I
There
can't
might be
wait.
an upset.
Yeah, really.
in this category.
I just can't wait to see that guy compete. I hope he's coming along with us for some more competition.
We've had some talks about it. You know, and he's a rookie. We had a talk yesterday. He said, "You think I should not run in the rookie class?" I was like, "You can't run in the rookie class, man." And here he is as a competitor, gonna see where he ends up. You know, first, second, or third right here, but he's gonna make it.
And Andrew Ripple getting it stopped. And crazy, these numbers are crazy. Like, just because he's anywhere close to 300 feet on that stop, I mean, that's impressive.
It's
from such
super impressive for an airplane with 150 horsepower.
Yeah.
That, again, you go do loops, rolls, and load up and fly across the country if you wanted to.
All right, so it looks like we're about to gear up for the podium. We're going to figure out who won the backcountry class.
It got tight at
Dude,
the end, guys.
very, very tight.
Some scores are pretty cool. I can't wait for everyone to see them. So we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to head over to find out who won that backcountry class. And while you guys get ready for that, I'm going to talk about all the local sponsors that Adam and his crew have pulled together here to make this possible here in Jennings. First, we got to say thanks to our friends at Visit Jeff Davis, the Commemorative Air Force Gulf Coast Wing, Bayou Rum, Ultra Industrial, Jet Boats of Texas, Quality Kiln and Dryer, the City of Jennings, the Jennings Airport Commission, EAA Chapter 541, Jeff Davis Industrial Board, and SCADA Systems. Thank you so much for all your support. We can't do this without you, local folks right on the ground there. helping support such a great show. So we're going to take a quick break and be back with the conclusion of the Backcountry class right after this.
Sarasota was created actually back in the 70s, but we and Bert and Vince, my two partners, they've sold their business to Ryan and Sean, which is my two other partners now. We started around in 1999, 2000. Just had one little spot in this hangar, and we've built it up from there. So we've been here for 23 years now. And then we have 5 facilities now here in the state of Florida. First starts in Tampa, Sarasota. Venice here is our main headquarters, and we have Punta Gorda and then Fort Lauderdale, Lantana. Then we have partners in Brazil, South Africa, Greece, Tullahoma, Tennessee, all over the world. We're the largest Garmin dealer in the world, so that's probably what we've been known for. So we do more installs on aircraft, general aviation, anything really under 10,000 pounds than anybody else in the world. So, and we've been that for quite a few years now. We've had it in all of our airplanes. Ever since we started with the Piper Saratoga in the early 2000s, we did the pulse oximeter and CO detector in there. We've upgraded to there. Now we have a Cessna 340 that I was talking to him in Germany last year, and he was like, "Oh, you got to put the cabin altitude thing in the plane." I said, "Well, send it to me." So we put it in there, and it actually is really nice. This aircraft flies above 18,000, 10,000 feet, so up to 23,000 feet. The other day, the cabin altitude light comes on the manufacturer's panel, and boom, the CO Guardian comes on and says, "All right, you're above 10,000. Your cabin altitude is above 10,000 feet. So watch out." So it's kind of nice to have that redundancy in the plane. So for a pressurized aircraft, that is so important for me. I get that oxygen mask ready, make sure my oxygen is good.
Basically, every time I do an install, I go in and I download all of the latest manuals to make sure that everything's interconnected correctly. We don't miss anything. We don't miss any on-off switches, any warning lights, or
And welcome back to Swamp STOL. You already know where you're at, but just in case the people online didn't know what they're watching, we are concluding the Backcountry class. And I know these guys don't know what the scores are, so this will be very interesting to see how this all plans out. You guys ready for some scores?
Sure.
All right. Y'all can get closer to me. I know, I love you guys. All right, here we go. In 5th place, with a combined total of 481 feet, Andrew Ripple.
Good job, Andrew.
Good job, bro. In 4th place, the score of 319 feet, Jeff Harrell. Excellent flying, sir. In 3rd place, with a combined total of 286 feet, Brad Crawford. In 2nd place, with a combined total of 262 feet, it is you, Jerry Clemens.
Wow.
And the rookie who came in and is really a ringer with a combined total of 253 feet, Phil Shearer. Congratulations, gents. Go to war. All right, back to you, Ryan, if you're out there.
Oh, I am out here, and what an upset, everybody. That was absolutely crazy. I knew it. I knew it yesterday during practice. We're watching Phil fly, and I was like, wait a minute. You've done this sort of thing before, and what an absolute upset. And look at all the hugs happening out there on the field right now. All the camaraderie. So great. To regroup on those scores for you, just to give them to you a second time, this is the Backcountry class of Swamp STOL 2026. Andrew Ripple in 5th place with a combined score of 481. Jeff Harrell with a combined score of 319 in 4th. Brad Crawford with a combined score of 286. That'll put him in third. Second place goes to Jerry Clemens with a combined score of 262. And on the last run with a takeoff of 137 feet and a landing of a jaw-dropping 116 feet for a combined score of 253 feet, Phil Shearer's going to bring home first place in the backcountry class. We were talking about the rookie class yesterday during practice. Phil Shearer was playing with those boys, and it was like, it might be time. Maybe you're ready for it to go all the way, dude. We think so. The rookie class you're going to see today, people who have not competed in National STOL ever before, and this is a great place to try it out, right? So we have a number of rookies. I think we've got more rookies here at Swamp STOL than we maybe have ever had in National STOL history. If you want to give National STOL a try, come on out to one of the events. Don't hesitate. Give it a try. There's a lot of great camaraderie. There's a lot of great support for you in the rookie class. New competitors are required to attend an extended safety briefing and participate in practice day. Extra support is provided. We run smaller heats. You're going to see that right now in the rookie classes. And sometimes, depending on what we need, we'll have a veteran competitor kind of lead the first pattern for them, just so they can get a sense of the size of the National STOL pattern. It's a little bit smaller than you might do at your home airport. We also get more support from the air bosses on the radio for the rookies as well. Let's talk about who is in the rookie class, this Swamp STOL. We've got Christian Paris in the Blanca Citabria. He's from Pioneer, Louisiana. William Vaughn will be flying a Zenith 701 from Brandon, Missouri. Robbie Chandler in a Super Cub from Huntsville, Alabama. Casey Paris from Oak Grove, Louisiana will be flying that Citabria in the second heat. And Travis Vaughn in a Rans S7 will bring up the rear of the Echo heat. So they're going to be divided into two heats for you today, mostly because we have a pilot switch in that Citabria between Christian and Casey Paris. And so now is a great time to kind of see what some of the newcomers can do. And again, if you're sitting at home or sitting there in the crowd in Jennings and you're like, man, I think I could do this, you 100% can, right? You just need to be proficient with your airplane, be able to put it down on a spot and get it safely off the ground and back down again. It's not as challenging as you think. You just need to go out and put in some practice. We'll even throw a helmet at you if we need to, if you want to give this a try for the first time. We've got Lift Aviation, who helps us out with the helmets. And actually, speaking of Lift, let's talk about them right now. They have those sample helmets that are provided for rookies to borrow throughout the season. Lift's love for flying drives them to deliver only the finest in aviation products to market. They believe today's pilots deserve much more than what is currently offered in the way of products they wear in the cockpit. Lift Aviation is bridging the gap and making products that are stronger and lighter that you can trust. And so thank you so much for all the support over the years, Lift Aviation USA, and thanks for giving a little protection to our rookies as they get ready to go out and compete.
Mm-hmm.
Cam, you were chatting away with Adam there. I didn't see any tells on your face. You were really good at keeping the secret of Phil's victory there. What a way to pull it out at the end.
Oh my goodness, man. So like right before we got out of the booth, I showed him the scores and he just started laughing. I mean, that was super exciting. He actually said it was more exciting than the unlimited class for him. So, I mean, dude, the backcountry class really put it out there, and especially Phil for his first time showing up to National STOL and winning. So, yeah, man, it was.
I hope we see Phil at more events throughout the year. This is the sign. He's got to come mix it up with
Adam
all the old timers.
Yeah, Adam definitely said that they had that talk last night, so hopefully we'll see him around a little bit more. How was that for you, man? Were you excited?
Oh yeah, dude. No, I think the big thing about adventure class, and it looks like the rookie class is getting ready to start here, but the big thing for me with adventure class is it's the first time in the day that you really start to see airplanes that are like they're what you expect when you come to a STOL competition, right? And we're seeing them just work like they work in the backcountry. And we're going to see that even in the rookie class now, and things are just going to get lighter and higher horsepower. The landings and takeoffs are going to get even shorter throughout the day.
Yeah, it's going to be ridiculous. And it's already been ridiculous, so just imagine what we're about to see here in the next few classes. All right, next up. In the 1975 Belanca 7GC BC Citabria, race number 802, Christian Paris.
Christian Paris, a relatively new pilot. He earned his private pilot license in December, just a few months ago, and he's nearing his commercial check ride. Been raised around aviation, has an ag pilot dad, and currently preparing for his rookie spraying season in 2027. So that is really exciting. Going to be part of the family biz.
Yeah, man, that's awesome. Nice little pose for the camera in front of us in front of the booth. Next up, in the 2022 Zenith 701, race number 79, William Vaughn.
William Vaughn's from Brandon. Flies out of MS-08. That's his home airport. And watch this really cool. This is kind of the first time we've seen a Zenith today. You're going to see another one a little bit later. Yeah, give him a big round of applause, folks. William Vaughn, that's a home-built aircraft. You can build these in your garage or in your hangar. And it's powered by a Rotax 912 up front. And you'll see, I mean, it's not the most beautiful airplane, but it's definitely like form follows function. Like you got those big, thick wings, a lot of lift on those. We've got slats on the front. You've seen those before. We'll talk about those in just a second. And then even the elevator, right? It's a reverse airfoil elevator and horizontal stabilizer in the back. So just purpose built for short takeoff and landing, if not a little boxy.
Definitely a little boxy. And so we've got 2 heats for the rookie class, so that's why we're seeing 2 aircraft right now and not just a slew of airplanes. That Citabria is shared between Christian and Casey. So they're going to do a switching of the guard after these 3 rounds, and then we'll have a few more aircraft in the rookie class.
And these 2 airplanes, Cam, are a great example of how you can get into STOL flying and how you can get into aviation in general for a less money than you think, right? Like I think people don't realize how accessible aviation really can be. And so, you know, a Citabria, yeah, you can pay a lot for a Citabria or a Decathlon if you get a new one, but the older vintages, right? They're more affordable. They're probably in that like $60,000 to $80,000 range right now. Right, you can get a Champ. Like you fly a Champ. I don't know what the Champ market's doing right now, but for the price of less than a
minivan,
Ford F-150.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I paid $28,000 for mine. So, and there we go with Christian's first takeoff for Swamp STOL 2026. Yesterday was practice. Today is the competition. Beautiful airplane with scallops painted on the wings and tail.
Saw the social chat there. Someone was asking if anyone knows what Citabria spelled backwards is. I'm going to not spoil it. You can write it down on your hand there, and you'll see a little hint about what the aircraft can do.
It can do some things.
And also, while we're talking, Cam, just about the folks in the chat, if you guys have any questions about STOL flying, like hit us up in the chat. even in the crowd, look at this. Look at that huge deck angle
Yes.
taking off right there in the zenith.
Doing zenith things.
We've got almost 1,000 live viewers right now globally watching all around the world for the live stream. You can hop on there. You can ask questions of us. Cam and I will do our best to answer them. And Cam, look at that. Look at that beautiful aircraft off in the distance.
Oh, yes, sir. It certainly is a beaut. While you're in the socials, yeah, that beautiful Beach 18. While you're in the socials, man, is our friend from Berwick upon Tweed in the chat? Is Mr. Ray Powell hanging out with us?
Oh yeah, Ray Powell, sound off.
Yes, sir.
And let us know if you're here from the UK. I also saw Jeff Pohl just said hi.
Oh, what's up, Jeff?
Jeff Pohl normally competes against those Huskies, so he's like, "Uh-oh, looks like I got my work cut out for me this season." Here comes Christian Paris now, low over the grass.
Ooh. Using those brakes. I'm going to get it stopped just a little bit beyond 300 feet. All right. He's going to be happy with that number. It's going to get it dialed in, and it's going to get shorter and shorter, especially if the wind starts cooperating with us and going more so down the runway as opposed to nice crosswind right now. And William Vaughn coming up next. He's on final. In the aircraft that has, well, I don't know if it's marketed like that, but it's basically a flying fuselage. Just you can see how weirdly shaped it is. It is made for this type of flying, that backcountry and arguably competitive flying. And hopefully not a scratch, but I think that was a scratch.
Yeah, it looked like he touched down a little bit too early. You were talking about the zenith, though, Cam, and one of the things that Will was actually saying last night is he loves the zenith because it's really easy to work on and super durable. And we've certainly seen that over the years. We've seen some zeniths come in real hard and do really well. You can see here in the replay, I mean, he is working that front nose gear so hard.
Yeah, absolutely. Cool livery on that aircraft as well. All right, so Christian's going to get set back up. Both of our pilots are actually getting set back up. Somebody's car alarm is going off behind me, but I almost thought that Christian had a horn in the airplane. We've seen that before on the circuit.
That's not the most unusual thing for National STOL.
Right. Kind of accustomed to seeing that kind of stuff. It's a nice surprise. All right, here we go. The Citabria on the roll. All right. So let's see where we stand. So Christian's last takeoff was 349 feet. Last landing was 323 feet for a combined total of 672 feet. William Vaughn in preparation for takeoff. And here he goes, releasing the brakes. Already pulling back on the stick, which is okay for the zenith. And that's going to be sub 200 feet for that takeoff.
He's, I think, going to be really happy with that one. I think the other thing we should talk about at the rookie class, too, I was just thinking about our crowd right now. They're watching these rookies. One thing you should know is that not only is it their first time competing, but if they win the rookie class, they cannot compete in the rookie class ever again. You get one time. And you had a very notable rookie sitting next to you earlier today. I remember Pat McIntyre's first event. I think it was up in Minnesota.
Yeah.
And he was a rookie in that Rans S7 he used to fly, and very quickly ascended to be a much feared, and I mean that in the best possible way, a much feared unlimited class competitor. So everyone starts somewhere. I mean, you saw Phil Shearer, right? Rookie class yesterday in practice, and now look at him. So we're really proud at National STOL about how accessible the sport is and how we're working really hard to make sure that this sport continues to grow. And part of it is, inspiring folks to use their airplanes in ways they maybe weren't normally going to use them, but also to grow pilot proficiency.
All right, Christian.
I mean, that was beautiful.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Just nice and buttery. Little spicy on the speed, but that's okay. So his last takeoff was 345 feet. William Vaughn's last takeoff was 168 feet. Yeah, Ryan, and I can't forget about one of my favorite rookies, and that's Kelly Qualls, who here won the rookie class. I want to say it was 2022, maybe it was 23. I can't remember what the year was, but he's a good friend of mine, and I'm very glad to call him that. And he performed very well in his Carbon Cup, his S2. All right, William. Locking those brakes up. You can see the wheels and landing gear shimmying. So Christian's last landing was 420 feet. We'll see what William's going to do for us.
Yeah, watching that replay right there.
Ooh,
yep.
Scratch.
Another scratch. But whoa, that was cool. I don't know if the camera department meant to do that, but slow-mo and then boom, watch it splat into the ground. It's a true testament to how durable that aircraft is.
Yeah, it's so cool.
All you need is a rivet gun and some time, and you can build something like that.
Yeah, emphasis on the rivet gun, for sure. Don't do that by hand. That stuff hurts. I got them city boy hands.
Question in the chat here from Brenda asking about STOL events. I think she said South Texas, but I'll say the one we have in Texas this year is Lone Star STOL. It's up in Sulphur Springs. So that might be one worth checking out if you're in the Texas area.
Oh, yeah. It is a good time. You can come out and tour the American Legend Factory full free.
So William Vaughn now at the line in the Zenith, hoping to get on the board. We're back-to-back scratches for him. Pretty good numbers, actually. Right in that mid-hundreds for takeoffs and landings. So he's doing well with the aircraft. Just got to get it over that line.
Yeah, hopefully he's got that sight picture all figured out and he's ready to go over the line for sure. Impress us with some of these numbers just like he just did with this takeoff. So Christian's last takeoff 334. William Vaughn 118. So Ryan, have you had any airtime recently? Are you still doing your instrument training?
Yeah, still. Well, the aircraft are 172. So, folks, this is another way we can talk about getting you into the sky affordably, right? You could buy a vintage aircraft, like a Champ or something, J3. But the other way to get involved in aviation is you can join a flying club. And so I've actually just been recently elected the president of my flying club. Oh, look at that slip from Christian.
Yes.
So in addition to his flaps, he's going to try to get lower there by turning the aircraft all cross controlled, and it just reduces the lift even more and increases the drag on the airplane. But yeah, flying clubs, man, it's the best deal in aviation. 14 of us share a Cessna 172, and it's basically free. Ooh, nice one there for Christian. Giving up a little bit over the line.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's worth the applause I just heard. That was really good.
Sure.
I'd be happy with that one.
Yeah, he's going to be really happy with that one. That was his shortest landing. Just visually, I can tell he was closer to the booth than he has been, so he's going to be happy with that. But the flying club,
to answer your question, yeah, the flying club. Yeah, so 14 of us share the cost of the aircraft. It was... I've seen bicycles for sale at the local bike shop for more than it cost me to acquire my share of the aircraft, and the monthly cost is less than my family's cell phone bill. It's about I think it's $175 a month right now just to keep the plane, and then we pay $75 an hour wet, which means that includes the cost of gas. So basically, I joke, it's not free. That's still a substantial amount of money. Right, I'm like, oh, that's a video game per hour.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's an Xbox game per hour. But that's in terms of aviation, it's quite affordable. Here's William now. Oh, right on the line. I don't think it was good. I'm so nervous for him.
Oh, please. That was exciting, though.
I want him to be on the board.
I really want him to be on the board
He's
too.
He's flying so well. Oh, I'm nervous. I'm watching the frame by frame. Oh, I think it touched the line. We'll see what race control says. They're calling it a scratch. Oh, William, I'm so sorry. That was so close.
But you did some excellent flying, sir. So.
Yeah, really good flying. I want to look at his practice scores real quick from yesterday. He only had one scratch yesterday, and his best score was 194 combined yesterday. Those are nothing to sneeze at. Those are really, really good numbers.
Yeah. So to put it in perspective, even though a lot of us probably don't know what this airplane is, but I have a Rocket Champ. It's like the granddad of the Citabria over there, and my takeoffs are 300, 320, 350, somewhere around the 300 to 350 range for takeoff alone. So for your landing and takeoff to be combined with under half of what I can do on takeoff alone, like that's just absolutely impressive. And then not to mention the modern airplanes like 172s and 182s and just the aircraft that you would probably train in if you were to go to a flight school today. You're not taking off in 300 feet. You're not landing in 300 feet. So these numbers are absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, it's I think we get this, it's been 6 years. We talked a lot about that. We're at our 6-year anniversary of Swamp STOL here, and I think we get a little desensitized to these numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Later today, we're going to see the unlimited class. The unlimited class folks were taking off in the width of a basketball court yesterday. That's absolutely insane, right? That an aircraft could take off. We've seen Steve Henry. I remember watching him in Arizona. He had a pretty stiff wind on the nose, but he took off in 6 feet.
Yeah.
And
yeah, that was
we
a
get a little
crazy time.
desensitized to the numbers, but compared to what an average pilot is going to do on an average day with a big old long, mile of runway or whatever, these are really, really compelling numbers.
It looks like we've had the change of the guard between Christian and Casey. So now Casey is inside of the Citabria right now. right, so we're going to introduce our next heat of rookie pilots. In the 1964 Piper PA-18 Super Cub, race number 33, Robbie Chandler.
Yeah, Robbie is pretty. I would say he's got a aircraft collector. Maybe he's got a Luscombe 8E. He's got a 1935 Waco cabin biplane, which I would pay good money to just sit in.
Nice.
He's sponsored by Prater Memorial Airfield for this competition. This Super Cub actually flew all the way when he bought it. He flew it all the way from Fairbanks, Alaska, down to Alabama.
Nice. In the 1975 Belanca 7 GCBC Citabria, race number 540, Casey Paris.
Yeah, so Casey is the other half of the Paris family flying the Citabria today. Second generation ag pilot, 36 years old. Flies this Citabria for fun. Recently added an F1 rocket to his collection, which if you need to Google it later, that's fine. It's just fast and it does loops and rolls. It's like a little mini fighter plane. So really excited to see him fly today.
Next up, in the 2015 Norman McDonald Rand's S7, Travis Vaughn.
Yeah, so Travis is flying this S7. I love the beautiful, like, solid yellow paint scheme. The S7 is famous in National STOL history. Hal Stockman used to fly one. Pat McIntyre used to fly one. There have been other competitors flying them. You're going to see just how capable of a plane it is. It's another one of those home-built experimental designs. So these other two airplanes, the Super Cub and the Citabria, are built in factories with a different set of rules, certificated aircraft, we call them. This is another experimental aircraft. So this is an airplane that you would buy as a kit, and then you'd put the fabric on the fuselage, you'd bolt things together, connect everything, build the wings all yourself. And so you're going to see a little bit about why they're so popular and why some of the greats, some of the legends of National STOL have flown them in the past.
All right, so this Super Cub, piloted by Robbie Chandler, getting set up. And here he goes, applying the power tails coming up. Flaps will be coming in. And he is off sub 300 feet on that takeoff.
So we just got a question in the chat as these rookies take off for their first run. This is from Matthew Craig Taylor in the chat on the live stream. Do any of these aircraft have ABS and tilt switches, the inverse of wheelie protection? Is it against the rules? And I don't know about it being against the rules, but I would be hard-pressed to find any aircraft on the field today that have ABS. And I think the big reason, which the first blush, and Cam, I'm curious what your perspective on it, would just be the weight, added weight to an aircraft to add that type of protection to it, ABS. I know some larger aircraft have that, right? Like more commercial style aircraft have ABS, but I don't think we've seen that in any experimental or certificated bush planes.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree, especially for the reason being it's probably a lot more weight than what would be intended. You'd lose your useful load with all that hardware on it. And of course, a lot of these airplanes that you're seeing right now, a lot of these tail draggers especially, they're really meant to be on the grass, and a lot of times you're not using brakes on grass. I mean, conventionally, like at your home airport, just working the pattern, kind of like what we're doing right now, you know, you're not going to use them unless you really need to. So you're not really going to lock them up too bad. Now, that isn't to say
it's not a good idea.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying that by any means.
That would be really cool. Look at that takeoff. I mean, Travis Vaughn.
Yeah.
What are we doing here, buddy? So while he look at that nice, beautiful bank off to the right into the traffic pattern. You know, one of the things that this brings to mind though is innovation in national STOL, and this sport in particular, I think, has been innovating really hard because it's the drive, right? So we see it. We talked about it last season with the Badlands Travelers, right? Like, we have the certificated companies, the Legend Aircraft, the Carbon Cubs, right? The new aircraft being built, and some guys got around and started building Badlands to compete against those. And did he touch?
No,
did Robbie Chandler touch?
Yeah, he did.
I don't know if he did or he did. It looked like maybe I saw a little bit of daylight under the tires.
Ooh.
I don't know. We're gonna have to go back to the replay on that one. But
definitely going
while
back
we
to
pull
replay.
that up, I mean, I think it's just, this sport is so filled with innovation. Here we go. Look, watch. Oh, I think it did. Yep, race control is going to call that a scratch. So we see that Backcountry Super Cup boss, that experimental side of the sport, just adding more and more, right? These new wing designs. You're going to see a MOAC from Legend Aircraft, right? Answering that Badland Traveler call, that airplane that Brian Steck built with Legend Aircraft, just totally custom and modified and innovated. A little bit of a slip to keep it straight there as we get over the line for Casey Paris, working those brakes. So I don't know if I'm answering it succinctly, Cam. I don't know if you have any thoughts on it, but innovation in this sport through the roof. We're seeing whole new aircraft designs being built to be more and more competitive while also being functional in the backcountry.
Yeah, no, I think you hit it right on the nose for sure. All right, Travis, let's see what we got going on in the Rans S7. Okay, he plopped it, chopped it and plopped it, got it over the line. He's going to get it stopped. Don't forget the stop, bro. Yep, he forgot to stop.
Oh, no. He didn't stop.
No. Oh,
Travis, what are we doing, boy?
yeah. I mean, like he was solid. It would have been a sub 200-foot stop. Race control telling us that he had the number 4 best takeoff today, so that would have been excellent to pair with a sub 200-foot landing. He's not going to be happy about it.
Yeah, I don't know why. I didn't know why we didn't stop for that. So
Maybe
that'll be a
he
little
scratched.
feedback we can give him.
Yeah.
Maybe he did think he scratched. That could be it. And that's actually, we were talking about it yesterday during practice, but you always stop.
Yes.
Even if you scratch, always stop, because you want that muscle memory, because sometimes you'd think you scratch. We've seen it time and time again. We've seen people not podium because of it, right? They think they scratch, they roll out, and then they don't make the podium. So that's just a good habit for him to get into. We're going to get into a couple other questions. There was a question from Darkly Noon 6847. Is there a penalty for a tail strike when taking off? No, there is not.
Good question, though.
Robbie Chandler. That was pretty good. So Robbie Chandler hoping to get on the board this time after that scratch. That was a 223-foot takeoff, so an improvement there by over 50 feet.
Excellent.
Actually, this is a really good question from mb.drifts. Are these setups the same as planes that do STOL and Alaska Wilderness, or are they a lot different? You today are going to see aircraft that are a full spread of the answer to that question. So you would maybe not see a Citabria flying like deep backcountry like Casey's flying right now, but I would venture to guess there's Citabrias flying around in Alaska for sure. The Super Cubs, the Cub class, that's very classic. You're going to see them outfit very similar to what you'd see in Alaska, or the Touring and Wilderness class. Those would be very similar. As you get into some of the aircraft in the Unlimited class, they can sometimes be very, and the Sport class, I should say, very specifically like competitive aircraft versus like a true backcountry workhorse. But I would bet that most of the pilots would beg to differ. They would all be willing to take their planes in the backcountry. But sometimes in National STOL, we see aircraft that are trailered site to site, and they use special race fuel, and they're definitely like purpose-built race planes. But most of them, for instance, you're going to see a Chinook that Dan Reynolds is going to fly in the Unlimited class. That airplane does not look like it belongs in the backcountry, but I assure you it is 100% backcountry capable, and that's exactly how Dan Reynolds uses it. He's always posting these great pictures where he's out in the backcountry in Canada, and he'll land it on skis. Oh, look at that slip.
Yeah.
Nice. Robbie Chandler getting it re-centered with a little slip to drop some altitude. So I guess MB Drifts, the answer to your question is it depends.
Yes.
It depends on the class.
Yeah. Oh, no. And he's going
another
to
scratch for Robbie Chandler.
So, Ryan, I don't think we've talked about it at all this weekend yet, but, what we're doing here is really mimicking, like, landing on a sandbar on the river. So once you cross the line, you're on the bar, you're good. If you land ahead of the line, you are in the drink. You're in the water, the pond, whatever you want to put there, but it's not conducive to what you want to do in the backcountry. So that's what we're representing right now, is just doing those backcountry STOL operations where you would be going to the sandbar or going to Alaska and landing on the gravel bar, or your friend's farm, or whatever you got going on.
Yeah, we're showing. Oh, it's gonna be way too short for Casey Paris that time. We're simulating that exact thing, right? And it's a bit safer to do it here than on a sandbar. So,
truth.
Another question in the chat here. Did they have STOL at Oshkosh? I think it was there. I saw an old Piper Pacer being used for STOL. It was easily my favorite. The Piper Pacer is an excellent, especially with some fat tires.
Yeah.
The Piper Pacer is a great backcountry airplane. It's got a little less lift when we see them in competition. They're short wing Pipers, so they can't generate. Man, look at this. Travis Vaughn just sliding it around.
Yeah, you hit a burble.
They do have STOL at Oshkosh. Actually, I announced that demo. I'll be doing that again this year. So it's not a part of National STOL proper, but it's a lot of the same pilots. And so you'll see that at the ultralight field Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. They'll also be doing a STOL demo at Sun and Fun, I think, which is like next week.
Yeah.
So you can see a lot of these same pilots flying in front of those crowds at Oshkosh and Sun and Fun. So really fun thing to do up at Oshkosh. It's been an honor to be part of the team up there. And again, a lot of the same pilots you see competing here fly in those demos at those two largest air shows.
Yeah, I think that was Joe Dory in that Pacer, I believe.
Yeah, I think you're right. And what that guy can do
Yeah.
in a Piper Pacer. It's like magic.
Okay, last round for the rookie class, for this flight at least. All right, nice smooth takeoff. Was airborne before the tail wheel touched the ground. In fact, it didn't even touch the ground. So hopefully Robbie Chandler can put some numbers on the board on this third round.
So Casey's getting ready to go off into the Wild Blue Yonder here in the Satabria, and it's a good point to remember, everyone, you can vote for your favorite pilot. Vote.nationalstol.com for your fan favorite. Vote.nationalstol.com. It's also a great time to visit that merch booth, kids especially. Go build that paper airplane. The competition is going to be after the next class, the Cub class. So after that, we're going to go have a paper airplane competition with all the kids who've built their paper airplanes. So that's something that we really want to see you all do. And So go do that again at the National STOL merch tent. Here's Travis Vaughn.
All right, so Robbie Chandler had a 229-foot takeoff. Casey had a 247-foot takeoff. All right, Travis, let's see what his number's going to come in as. It's looking sub 150-ish. If I see where the judges are pointing right now. So yeah, Travis's last takeoff 145.
Well, they come around the pattern. Two more questions in the chat I want to talk about real quick. One is Fanged Films 51. Have you guys ever had a prop strike during one of these? The answer is yes. That can and does happen. It happens mostly in the tailwheel airplanes, like you see Robbie coming in right now. If they hit the brakes a little bit too hard, and the winds, maybe a tailwind a little bit here and there, here we go, a little bit of a bounce. It's going to add power. Really well done for Robbie there. If you have a big bounce like that, just get her back in the air and go around. You can always go around. So very good, safe choice there for Robbie. And watch here, he's coming in, a little bit of a balloon up over the line and down, big bounce on the tires, and just gas it. Just get on out of there and give it another go. So anyway, those planes, if they hit the brakes too hard, they can end up on the nose. And you saw earlier today how high that tail needs to go to get the prop to hit the ground. But we have had that happen. The good news about that is mostly an expensive mistake, not really a safety issue, right? Like part of STOL, one of the benefits is everything's happening pretty slowly, and so it's really more about a little bit of oh, I think we got over the line there, Casey.
I think so.
You see there, right? He's hitting the brakes and he's keeping that stick full back, and he's got to be careful about how hard he hits the brakes so he doesn't end up on his nose. But again, it's more of an expensive mistake than an unsafe mistake. We've got a really good safety record at National STOL. It's a big part of what the organization and the pilots are passionate about. And we're going frame by frame here. And is that a scratch? It was good over the line. I don't think he could have been closer. Nice drop in there for the S7. So Cam, I don't know if you have anything to add about the prop strike thing, but that's my little feedback on it. Is it's a low energy incident when it does happen, and so it's usually just about an engine and a prop inspection and or tear down, depending on the damage in the aircraft, versus an event that anyone would be harmed in.
Absolutely. No, I don't have anything to add to that. That was okay. So race control in our ears saying that go-arounds, when they do touch, are a scratch. So they're free. Go-arounds are always free, but yeah. So that would be a scratch for Travis.
Well, and Robbie with his go-around now, it was
I'm sorry.
It would be called a scratch because he touched and then went around. So.
My bad. And Robbie's just going to go ahead and position himself for the podium dance that we're about to do. So I'm going to hop off here, Ryan, and I'll see you out there.
Yeah, let's see who can no longer fly in the rookie class right after this. What an exciting thing. Everyone, as they get out of the airplanes, make sure to give these rookies a big round of applause. It is not easy. It is not easy to get in front of a bunch of people and fly an airplane. They deserve all the credit in the world. And while they get out of their airplanes, I want to talk about another way that you can get involved in aviation, and that's through Flying Simulator. And one of our sponsors this year, brand new one, Moza Flight, comes to us as part of our national STOL series within Microsoft Flight Simulator. They build hardware and software to let you fly aircraft as realistically as possible at home. They're known for their force feedback yoke and stick that simulates air resistance, turbulence, and G-forces to help you feel what the airplane is doing. It's a rare thing in flight sim gear and usually very expensive. So Moza is making that more accessible. I got to get my hands on some Moza Flight controls for my flight simming. So we'll talk a little bit more about STOL in a little bit, but thank you very much to Moza for their support. And we're going to wrap this up for just a minute. We're going to take a break and be back with the podiums for the rookie class.
Montgomery Tower, Warrior Flight 1, holding short of 2 right for a straight up departure. Warrior Flight 1 will be the first ones out. You excited?
Yeah.
So now we're just waiting for the tower to release us for takeoff.
Hey.
My name is Dylan Cavender. I'm 17 years old.
I'm Kai Matavolo and I'm 14.
My name is Meyer Turchin. I'm 14. I was diagnosed with leukemia, AML.
I was 5 when I was diagnosed with leukemia.
I was diagnosed with leukemia.
My name is Ryan Melendez, and I'm the founder of Warriors with Wings. When I was 17 years old, I was diagnosed with acute lymphoblastic leukemia.
So when Ryan took me for the first time, I thought it was just gonna be like chill, like we're just gonna fly, like nothing crazy, but it turned out to be something way crazier and so much fun.
Flying's sick, so I got to fly most of the way back until we got close to the runway. Eventually, I'd definitely be interested in getting a pilot's license or something like that. Maybe not for like a job, but just to have for fun. You just see everything. It's sick because everything's so small, but like you're only at we were at 1,400 about like max, so you can still see everything because when you're in an airliner or stuff, you're really high up, you can't see much.
All right, do it yourself. Pull back. Pull back, pull back, hard, 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 hard. Keep pulling. Push forward hard. Whee! Pretty good.
He was super excited to come and be a part of this wonderful day. I was having a blast being out here flying today. I don't think he ever really thought about flying or what that meant before. I think like the closest he came to really being in like a small plane or helicopter was on his Make-A-Wish trip, and he fell asleep in the helicopter.
Everyone's gonna get their first logbook. So there you go. And then we're gonna fill out all the airplanes you flew, and we'll get you signed off since we're all CFIs. So, and then we'll get you guys all t-shirts once we get some of those made. They'll sign you off for the airplanes they flew you in. You need to get your pilot's license, 40 hours of flight instruction, or 40 hours of flight time total. Some of that has to be with us, and then at some point you guys, once we feel like you can fly the airplane yourself, we set you free and you go off and do some hours by yourself.
It's just that easy.
It's just that easy.
Couple more days like this, you go fly an airplane
Yeah.
by yourself, you're good to go.
You're almost there.
All right, perfect. I'll steal the pen.
All right, here we go with the rookie class for Swamp STOL 2026. You guys ready for some numbers? All right. In third place, with a combined total of 583 feet, Christian Paris. In second place, with a combined total of 541 feet, Casey Paris. And in first place, with a combined total of 281 feet, Travis Vaughn. Congratulations, guys. Go to war. And we'll be back with you in just a moment.
And so that is the exciting conclusion of the rookie class. And again, they deserve all the high fives and all of the applause. Looking at the scores here, we've got our top three. Race number 802, Christian Paris, with a combined score of 583 in third place. Casey Paris in second with 541, and Travis Vaughn up on top with 281. You see Phil Shearer there. He was moved up into the adventure class, or backcountry class, excuse me. And so he's already out of the rookie class. So now what that means is that Travis Vaughn can no longer compete in the rookie class, and based on his aircraft, he would be slotted into the sport class, which we will see in just a little bit. Now, heading back into more of that classic backcountry aircraft, we're going to be heading over into the Cub and Vintage Cub classes. And these are going to be airplanes that look a lot like Piper Cubs and Super Cubs, because most of them are. In the Cub class, you're going to see Nick Ardillo, longtime competitor, in a 2014 Cub Crafters SS. Lee Boyd in a 2012 Cub Crafters SS. Ryan Melendez in a 1954 Piper Super Cub. And also flying a Super Cub, you're going to see Randy Teeshan in a 1957 Piper Super Cub from Madison, Alabama. And then out in front of all of them, you should be seeing Joshua Yeatman, who's in the Vintage Cub class, but flying a Bearhawk LSA. The Cub class is Cub or Cub-like aircraft models, naturally aspirated engines with 180 horsepower or less, no nitrous oxide. Yes, some of our airplanes have been injecting NOS into them. They must have the stock wing, but can have their wing cuffs. Otherwise, no slats, spoilers, drag devices, or wing extensions. And then the vintage subclass, which is Bearhawk, you see right here sitting in front of you, that's 100 horsepower or less without flaps. And so this Bearhawk LSA does not have flaps. It can only slip to increase its descent rate. And so it's also under 100 horsepower. So even though it's a brand new airplane built by Bearhawk, it fits that kind of vintage performance.
All right. Up next, representing the Vintage Cub class in the Bearhawk LSA, race number 31, Joshua Yeatman.
Josh did do some yeeting yesterday during practice. He had a little bit of a sporty landing, but he's back on the horse and he's ready to compete today. Love this Bearhawk LSA. It is another like experimental home-built design. You can see this is, I think, owned by the Bearhawk company, and so it's another. You can buy a kit. You can get a quick build where they help you with it. Lots of ways. Very capable airplane, and we're excited to see it on the circuit today.
All right, and representing the Cub class proper in the 2014 Cub Crafters SS, race number 68, Nick Ardillo.
Nick Ardillo's all the way from Dallas today, representing his hometown and home airport. Nick is a longtime competitor in National STOL now. He's pretty solid. He's a pretty consistent performer, and he really knows how to work that Carbon Cub.
In the 2012 Cub Crafter SS, is race number 21, Ed Boyd.
This aircraft that Lee Boyd is flying is known as Blue Tranquility. You can see why we call it that and why he calls it that based on the paint job it's got. This airplane, man, and this guy, this pilot, we always say he likes to fly softly but carry a big stick. He really knows how to take off real short.
Up next in the 1954 Piper Super Cub is race 222, Ryan Melendez.
Ryan Melendez flying that classic Piper Super Cub. Its name is Goldie. Such a great airplane. Look for Ryan online at his charity, his nonprofit, Warriors with Wings.
And in the 1957 Piper Super Cub, race number 49, Randy Teason.
Over to STOL, so if he knows about how to do the old helicopter impression, he's the one to do it. He's got extensive bush flying experience as well. Another Super Cub that was purchased in Fairbanks, Alaska, and flown all the way down to Alabama. I think that's 2 of them we've got in the competition today.
Yeah, man, it's not a true Super Cub unless it's coming from Alaska, right? I'm going to get flamed in the comments for that.
Yeah, guys, feel free. Open up on camera. just take him out. Randy, by the way, some other interesting notes about him here. Soloed in a Cessna 150. You saw a Cessna 150 fly earlier today. Soloed in a Cessna 150 in 1970.
Nice.
He's been flying a while.
All right, so Joshua's getting geared up. I just noticed that on the other side of the fuselage there are bear paw prints all along the side of the fuselage. Really cool. All right, so right now the winds have picked up. We have a direct left crosswind for the pilots right now, so that is coming completely perpendicular to the runway. So we're going to have to do some crosswind inputs, which include what we talked about earlier, the rudder control and some aileron control, as Joshua yeets into the air in the Bearhawk LSA.
I think the proof will be in the pudding for Joshua when he comes back around on landing. You know, hopefully he's not too spooked from his little rodeo ride yesterday.
Yeah. Should be good. That was a 255-foot takeoff for Joshua. And Nick Ardillo doing what he does best. Making the Cub fly.
So, and that's what I said. We were answering that question from the chat a little bit earlier on social. Like, what planes would you see in Alaska flying around? I mean, any of these planes are quintessential Alaska backcountry airplanes.
Absolutely. I feel like all those viral videos, the super viral Alaskan videos, besides the ones from Valdez, but like you see like planes landing on roadways and pulling into gas stations and filling up, like car gas stations in Alaska.
Yeah, those are all Cubs.
Yeah, they're all Cubs.
Here's Ryan Melendez at the line, getting that tail up nice and high.
Woo!
Ryan Melendez is an airline pilot by day. Actually, so is Nick Ardillo.
Yes.
So you got two airline pilots. I don't know if I can say the company, but I think they fly for the same company, right?
I believe they do.
Colleagues flying at the same company by day, competitors by night.
And these numbers right now. So Ed Boyd, or we know him as Lee Boyd, but Lee with 61 feet on takeoff. Yeah, no, crazy. Ryan Melendez 79 feet and Nick Ardillo 106. And Randy putting in the work in the Super Cub. We'll get that number in just a moment, but sweet turn, bro. As we get the rest of our Cub class and Vintage Cub class back around the bend, we've got Joshua coming up right now, way out there.
Yeah, so technically, folks, Josh isn't truly competing against the other 4 airplanes, right? He's got a lot less horsepower. The lack of flaps do play into your landing performance. You'll see he's got to slip the airplane. A slip is when you drop one of the wings and correct with the rudder. You can see him doing it right there. You see the plane's kind of like off angle, and what that does is it spoils some of the lift over the wing, and also gives a little more drag from the fuselage of the airplane. So that's how he has to control his descent rate versus flaps, which just come down. We'll show them to you in the next airplane that comes in. Here comes Joshua Yeatman now, holding it off. Good over the line.
All right. Using those brakes and big tires. Okay. So it's just going to be a little bit over 300 feet. Now he gave up maybe 75 to 100 feet. So if he gets closer to the line, that would be a little bit closer to a number that he's looking for to make himself super competitive for the season. All right, Nick Ardillo dropping those flaps. So Ryan was mentioning the flaps earlier. You just kind of saw him disappear, and then he lost lift and plopped it on the ground very gently.
Now let's go over to the replay here to see how that plop and drop worked out for him. So the flaps, again, you'll see them now. You can see them on Lee Boyd's airplane as he comes in. They're the control surface on the center of the wing inboard, kind of hanging down. Sometimes we call them barn doors. There they are on screen for you. They create more drag for the airplane, but also more lift. Boom, right on the line.
Oh,
See what I mean about Lee? Lee Boyd is like, he's a precise pilot. He actually, Cam, I don't know if you saw this, he had the shortest takeoff of the day at 61 feet.
That's bonkers. I stole it, and I used it.
Oh, you stole my catchphrase, but this is okay. That's okay. You can. I'm all about sharing. Here's the thing. We are only 11 feet off from the takeoffs we were seeing yesterday in unlimited practice, right? When I was like, whoa, what's less than 50 feet? Oh, it's a basketball court. What width, right?
Yeah.
So it's just we're getting into that like real short regime. Ryan Melendez, who you see on screen right now, actually the second shortest takeoff of the day was 79 feet.
Ooh, very nice from Ryan Melendez. He's got some pretty interesting flaps. He's got some slotted flaps, so they have a little slit in them that allows air to pass through them. Randy's going to scratch, land a little bit ahead of the line. By a little bit, I mean a lot of bit, but it's okay.
See if we can get that pulled up on the replay for the viewers at home as they taxi back. So right now, your current scores for the Vintage Cub and Cub class. Over in Vintage Cub, Josh Yeatman, combined score of 598. Nick Ardillo, combined score of 362. And look at the matchup between Lee Boyd and Ryan Melendez. Lee Boyd with a combined score of 191. And Ryan Melendez, the combined score of 196.
5 feet.
Also, just a testament to Jared Garrettson earlier today in the Backcountry Boss. He's got the third best takeoff of the day, sub 100. So That plane is like two of any of these airplanes fused together side by side. So props to him, no pun intended.
Yeah, literally. All right, Joshua.
Wasn't quite ready to fly for Josh Eatman there.
And I saw daylight underneath the tires a little bit earlier than where the judges are standing right now. So hopefully the correct number comes in. It's kind of hard to see when you have one wing higher than the other. All right, Nick Ardillo.
Here's Nick Ardillo. So as we start getting into these shorter numbers, here's Lee Boyd taking off. Oh, that maybe even was shorter.
Yes.
As a reminder, so grand champion of an event previously in the first 5 years of National STOL was just the shortest overall. So most often that went to either sport class or unlimited class competitors. Here's Ryan Melendez getting that tail super high. Now, the grand champion of each event is determined by the pilot's class placement in conjunction with their most consistent score. So scratching really impacts that ability to say you're the most consistent. So if you scratch, that's going to take you out of the running more or less for grand champion. So that's a big change this year, and that's why we're watching this so closely here at Swamp STOL.
And Randy on the takeoff roll. Very nice takeoff. Sub 200. Yep. Judges are pointing. I think I agree with what they're saying out there. Not my job, but I do agree. So that is 304 feet from Joshua Yeatman. Lee Boyd, 58 feet. Ryan Melendez, 69 feet. Nick Ardillo, 104. And Randy at 166 for their takeoffs just now.
So a scratch there for Joshua Yeatman. Folks, as we work our way through this Cub class, a reminder to those kids, if you want to do the paper airplane competition, here's Nick Ardillo coming in. Oh, right on the line. We'll have to see what that one nets out as.
Yeah.
A little bit of brake fade to the right, too. He's working those brakes really hard. Again, if you're going to be taking place, if you're going to be participating in that paper airplane competition, start heading to the National STOL merch tent. Go to the National STOL merch tent to prepare for that paper airplane competition. It'll be after these airplanes finish competing. Here's Lee Boyd now on short final, settling down into the pocket.
Very nice. Very smooth.
That looked really good.
Oh, yeah.
Makes it look so easy.
It really does.
Ooh, yeah, that looked good over the line. Landed about 2 to 3 feet beyond the line, maybe.
Okay.
Nick Ardillo, by the way, that was ruled a scratch.
Oh. But yeah, how about
and by
that?
the way, Lee Boyd just put in a new best 58-foot takeoff, so shortest of the day still. Combined score of 186, so opened up the lead a little bit over this guy, Ryan Melendez, who had a 69-foot takeoff.
Oh, ooh, yeah.
Lots of applause in the crowd for that.
Yeah. Talk about some ABS on some airplanes. He had those brakes locked up for a second.
Oh man, that is I don't know if that could have been closer to the line.
Ooh.
That was truly placed.
Yeah. And even though Lee Boyd has the shortest takeoff for the day, that performance by Ryan Melendez just now overtakes Lee Boyd for the total. So right now, Ryan Melendez at 170 feet combined total. Lee Boyd, 186.
Randy Tishan playing it pretty conservatively there, giving up about I didn't quite see the marker, maybe 75 to 100 feet beyond the line before he touched down.
I concur, sir.
And again, I know we are kind of, desensitized to these tiny numbers, but that is a super short landing as well.
Yeah, these numbers.
I mean, a landing of 365 feet is nothing to sneeze at.
It really is not. All right. Last round for all of our pilots. We have that beautiful Beach 18 banking in the background. Here we go for the Bearhawk. Okay, yeah. He pulled and it was ready to fly. Sub 275 for that takeoff. Nick Ardillo spooling up right now. And that was Joshua Yeatman's best takeoff of the day, 252 feet.
And as just a recap for folks in the crowd and online, we cannot touch the line. So when we're saying like, oh, is it a scratch or is it not? Landing before the line obviously is a scratch, but you actually cannot touch any white painted blade of grass. So you got to land just beyond it.
Oh yeah, Lee.
I want to see what that takeoff was. Lee Boyd's best takeoff now, 58 feet. 66 in that one, so a little bit longer.
Okay, but still, it's crazy short. All right,
Ryan Melendez getting the flap.
Yes, sir.
Handle in the right position.
Okay, so that was 114 feet for Nick Ardillo and 144 for Ryan Melendez just now.
And we've got some updates on scores. We talked about the grand champion as Randy takes off here. Most consistent is also being actively calculated. And right now, Lee Boyd is currently in the lead for most consistent pilot. Now, there's a lot of pilots still yet to compete. Currently in the lead with a deviation of just 5 feet. Brad Crawford holding second for most consistent with a deviation of 6 feet. And here's Joshua Yeatman slipping it just a little bit at the end to try to get down a little bit sooner.
Mm-hmm.
It might be interesting to hear the rest of these. Jeff Harrell, 15-foot deviation. Jerry Garrettson, 26 feet. Tied with Ryan Melendez currently with a 26-foot deviation. And Don Mickey, remember him all the way from this morning? He had a 39-foot deviation for most consistent. So that's kind of the top 6 in terms of deviation. Here comes Nick Ardillo now on short final.
Ooh, yeah. Drop those flaps. And still battling some of that right brake fade.
Now, in this case, Cam, I mentioned to our audience about where do we measure from in that case. And in that case, we measure from the furthest wheel away from the line. So in that case, it would be the left wheel. His left wheel was furthest from the line. That's what we're measuring. Lee Boyd.
Oh, yeah. Nice woo from the crowd. That was a great landing from Lee Boyd.
Oh.
Oh.
I wanted to make sure he stopped. Did I imagine that, or did he add a little bit of power before he stopped?
He had a little bit of power. Or he kept going just a little bit. I feel like he could have stopped probably 5 feet shorter.
Ryan Melendez hovering it in. And if you've got a paper airplane that's going to hover forever and ever, go to the National STOL merch tent to fly in the paper airplane competition. Here comes Ryan now, a little bit higher approach this time.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, well done, Ryan.
Making Goldie look good. It's already a good-looking airplane, but when it performs, it even looks better.
Lexi calling that good. I didn't see where the wheels planted on the replay, but looks like he was good over the line there for Ryan Melendez. And Randy Tishan coming in now. Best score so far, combined score of 531.
Looks like we've got... I was going to say a
little burst of power to just ease it back down.
Yeah. And we've got a pretty stiff crosswind right now. It's gusting pretty hard at the moment, so imagine that's what Randy was battling, trying to get in.
And so that is going to complete the Cub class as we get ready to head over for the dramatic conclusion. Man, we had some really exciting place swaps there. We're hearing some questions in the chat more about the consistency. So one thing I'll say is the consistency rating, right? That's measuring how tightly a pilot's valid takeoff and landing distances stay grouped around their best run across all the scored rounds. So it's just how accurate are you over and over and over again. That is what we are, what we're searching for with that most consistent side of things. Also, while we head over there, I want to talk about our friends at Flying Eyes. This is really cool, guys and gals. Like, if you're hang around aviation, you know a little bit about Flying Eyes. They've been a supporter of National STOL for years, and their sunglasses are the lightest and most comfortable aviation sunglasses around. As a returning sponsor, our staff and participants, I wear them, and Cam wears them. Here you can see them on camera right here. Check it out. They got the little Flying Eyes thing. What they do is they fit really well with a headset. So they're really thin and very flexible, and so it keeps the seal of your headset against your ears and helps with that noise canceling, right? So I have prescription lenses in mine. You can do sunglasses. Mine have magnetic sunglasses that can attach to them. We really appreciate their support. They're worth checking out. Use coupon code NATIONALSTOL, all one word, NATIONALSTOL, to save 10% if you're in the market for some high-quality eyewear. So big thanks to Flying Eyes. And with that, we're going to take a quick break and head over to Cam in the Cub class results in just a minute.
back. Ready for the Vintage Cub and Cub class. They're all having a good time talking to each other right now. You guys ready for some scores? They're still hanging out. All right, starting off with the Vintage Cub class, the STOL Vintage Cub class. Joshua Yeatman, you had a score of 532 feet combined. You'll take it on a windy day. Heck yeah, I would be very proud of that. And also, we're competition, so when I come out with the champ, I'm gunning for you. Awesome, all right, here we go for the Cub class. In fourth place, with a combined total of 531 feet, Randy Tejan. In third place, with a combined total of 315 feet, Nick Ardillo. In second place, with a combined total of 186 feet, Ed Boyd. And your Cup class winner for Swamp STOL 2026, in first place with a combined total of 170 feet, Ryan Melendez. Y'all guys got it. And Ryan, I'm going to take it back to you, sir.
All right, so we're just going to be hanging out for just a second before the kids go and do their paper airplane competitions. We've got to clear those aircraft from the runway. Here are the scores again for the Cub class. In fourth place with a combined score of 531 feet, Randy Tejan. Nick Ardillo in third with a combined score of 315 feet. Lee Boyd, 186 feet. That gives him second place. And with a 69-foot takeoff, which was longer than Lee Boyd's takeoff, but a shorter landing distance. A combined score of 170 gets Ryan Melendez first place. So that's going to wrap up the Cub class. Up next, folks, it's going to get even more exciting. So we're going to head from the paper airplane competition over to the adventure class. Adventure class are going to be airplanes like the brand new, right off the factory floor, the American Legend Nomad, as well as a couple of competitors in Badlands Travelers. This is an aircraft that's taken the STOL world by storm. Then we're over to the sport class after that. Now, these are really light airplanes with sometimes a lot of horsepower. You're going to see Kit Fox 4s and 5s flying against just aircraft Super STOLs and Highlanders, also a Zenith. You remember one of those from earlier in the rookie class. And then it's on to the unlimited class, where we'll finish our day up. The unlimited class going to be, we've said it before, the battle of the Badlands. More Badlands aircraft fighting against the American Legend MOAC and the very different Chinook. The Chinook Valdez Special. You're going to see an airplane for the first time today with the prop on the back end instead of the front end. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a little weird. It's going to be great. So that is what we are teeing up later today. We're about midway through all the excitement, and we're just, it just keeps heating up. Speaking of heating up, don't forget to put on that sunscreen and drink some water. And while our kids get ready for the airplane competition, I want to make sure we thank a few more of our sponsors. First, iFly EFB by Adventure Pilot. iFly EFB is the most complete EFB app for Android, iOS, and Windows that has all the advanced features pilots want and the most intuitive flight planning and navigation solution on the market. Check out iFly EFB by Adventure Pilot. Fly your freedom. It's different up here. We also want to talk about our friends at Sarasota Avionics. Sarasota Avionics is a long-term partner of National STOL. They're your authorized Garmin dealer and a #1 aircraft avionics installing dealer in the nation for panel mount GPS avionics systems. With upfront pricing, superior service, and expert consultants, this is your one-stop shop for your next avionics upgrade. So big thank you to iFly EFB by Adventure Pilot and Sarasota Avionics for all of their support. So now look at all these kids. Look at all these paper airplanes. We are gearing up for another competition on the field here. They're all getting lined up. And if I remember correctly, the way we're going to do this today is we're going to do it by distance. So whoever's aircraft that they've designed flies the furthest. And I think over in the crowd with those kids, we've got Christina on the mic. How's it going down there, Christina?
This is our 7 and younger paper airplane competition. Are y'all ready? 1, 2, 3.
Everyone go find your airplane and stand
Okay, go find your airplane. What's your name? Lucy is our 3rd place.
There we go.
Yep.
Hey, come on over here. What's your name?
What's your name?
Axel.
Axel is our 1st place. Oh, 2nd place, sorry.
And our little one here.
And Jake is our 1st place winner. Give him a round of applause. Woo! Okay, which ones are now?
All right, do I have my 8 and All right, same thing. We're doing 1, 2, 3 throw, and then after they've all landed, go stand next to your airplane.
Okay, this is our 8 and older class. Y'all ready? 1, 2, 3.
All right, go find your airplane and stand next to it. I get my
What's your name?
Jetty.
Jetty?
Yeah.
Jetty is our 3rd place winner. Owen is our 2nd place winner. Fisher. And Fisher is our 1st place winner. Let's give him a round of applause.
So everybody can get a treat on their way off the runway from my friends Sherry and Randy. Congratulations, everyone.
Congratulations, guys. Can I turn this off now?
And a big congratulations to all of the competitors, all those kids. 2 heats of paper airplane competition there in Swamp STOL 2026. Thank you so much, kids. Congratulations on such cool designs, and to all the winners there. The kids are going to march off the field now, pick up some loot for their effort, and it's going to be time to turn things up a notch over in the adventure class. One of the aircraft you're going to see flying in front of you now in the adventure class is the Legend Aircraft Nomad. It's a brand new airplane made popular. I think maybe the world first kind of saw it with Trent Palmer at the controls. He has a Legend Nomad. It's a Legend Aircraft kind of mother of all Cubs design, but with a Rotax engine on the front. So it's a little bit different. Legend Aircraft, the Legend Cub, continues to be the most coveted American manufactured sport aircraft. It is a modern Legend, and those who have flown one consider the Legend Cub to be the most gratifying recreational aircraft in the skies today. Today's Legend Cub is an all-new factory-built aircraft. You can even get Piper J3 style aircraft from them, the AL3. So they're designed in the spirit of those legendary aircraft, the J3, the PA-11, the PA-18 Super Cubs, like you just saw flying. They combine the best from the past with an obtainable wish list of modern enhancements. So American Legend Aircraft Company, they've engineered in all of the safety, comfort, and convenience options imaginable. And you can learn more at legend.aero. So big thanks to Legend Aircraft for their ongoing support of National STOL. We'll be visiting them at the end of the season at their factory in Sulphur Springs, Texas, for the dramatic conclusion of the season.
Ooh,
folks,
yes.
It's a good reminder right now to also let you know that you can go to vote.nationalstol.com, vote.nationalstol.com to vote for your fan favorite. Voting closes at the end of the competition today. So we've got adventure class, sport class, and unlimited class, and then it's all wrapped up. And on the screen for our viewers at home right now, you can see we've got some votes right in. Right now, in the lead is Phil Shearer with 72 votes, Ryan Melendez in second place with 56, and Jody Card in third with 27 votes. I think we can do a little bit better with that, with the votes. We usually have higher totals than that, so vote early, folks. Vote often. If you know who your favorite pilot is, you've seen them fly already, get that vote in. And of course, if you need to wait to make your decision, that's fine too. You just make sure you get your votes in before the end of unlimited class. In the adventure class, coming up next, here's who you're going to see fly. We've got Levi Nogues in the 2025 American Legend Nomad. It's race 605, Clint Buznitz in a 2025 Badlands Traveler. He should know a little bit about those things. Tanner McIntyre also going to be flying a 2025 Badlands Traveler. And race number 48, Eddie Sanchez. Oh, Eddie's in the wrong list there. He's going to be flying in the unlimited class in his Badlands Traveler. So we'll see him again a little bit later. So that's going to be the adventure class, and it is going to be an adventure. You know, we talked about these planes in the adventure class oftentimes are putting down unlimited class numbers. So really excited to see how this nets out in the adventure class. And then we're over from like heavier STOL airplanes down into the lighter ones like the Kit Foxes or the Rands aircraft. That's going to kind of be the penultimate class before we go into all fire-breathing, no-holds-barred, nitrous oxide hooked up to the engine craziness. That is unlimited class.
Yeah, it's just going to continue to get more exciting throughout the day.
And Cam, look at that field of aircraft. I mean, Swamp STOL, such a popular event, and there's all those airplanes just sitting there. Competitor airplanes, transient aircraft for people that have flown in and out. It's just, it's a sight to hold, a sight to behold for sure.
It really is. I mean, we were talking with Adam about it earlier, just seeing the crowd right now, and then of course looking down and seeing this beautiful view of a field full of airplanes. There aren't just the competitor airplanes, but we've got a few transient airplanes. We usually have some cool birds coming in to this competition, and there's some that are off camera as well. We got some bird dogs out there and some Cherokees and a Mooney and some, I think there's a couple of T6s that showed up a little earlier. So we just got a big field, a variety of different aircraft.
And so the adventure class airplanes are now fired up and ready for action. And our first airplane's taxiing up. Cam, who's competing right in front of us there?
All right. Out in front of you right now in a 2025 American Legend Nomad, race number 55, Levi Nogues.
So Levi has been a competitor for a long time, I think since day one in National STOL. He brings a diverse military aviation background to STOL. Spent time as Marine Recon and Army Special Forces Green Beret. He's got extensive flying experience, everything from that Legend Nomad all the way to King Airs and all sorts of crazy big airplanes.
Next up, in a 2025 Badlands Traveler, race number 605, Clint Busenitz.
Yeah, so Clint Busenitz is the owner of Vetterman Exhaust. He hails from Oral, and it's out of Hot Springs, South Dakota, on his way here. So you can see him flying this airplane. He's got a little hand in how that whole thing works.
And next up, in the 2025 Badlands Traveler as well, we saw his dad in the booth earlier. Race number 408, Tanner McIntyre.
Tanner earned his private pilot certificate late last August at age 17 and promptly was competing on the National STOL circuit. He competed in 2 events last year, one as a student pilot with a safety pilot, and flew the Rands S7 that his dad used to fly as well. So now he's over in the Badlands all the way from Lincoln, Nebraska, and he's going to show us what he's been working on in the off-season.
Yeah, in fact, that safety pilot is actually pulling up right now in that American Legend Nomad. It was Levi Nogues sitting in the bird with him, telling him secrets. Now they're competing against each other. So we've got our green flag, so things are about to pop off here in a moment.
Really excited to see what Levi can do with this. If you're a hardened National STOL fan, you'll recognize Levi from, used to fly I think a Kit Fox back in the day, and then moved over to a Storch, like the Slepchev Storch. It was a scale, like 80% scale replica of the Storch from World War II. And so now he's in the Nomad, flying that today, and it's going to be really cool to see him flying that. I'm going to miss the Storch. My favorite thing about that airplane was when he would take off. I feel like his takeoff distances were longer because there was so much travel in the main gear that it would stay on the ground. Even though the airplane was flying, the wheels were still on the ground.
Good old Oleo struts. That'll do that to you. All right, here we go. The Legend Nomad is released. Beautiful,
and this is exciting too, because I think, Cam, this is the first time we've seen the Legend Nomad compete. We've had some demos previously. I know Trent Palmer brought his to Hartford and flew it, but I can't remember if we've seen one fly, like, scored in competition before.
I think I want to say Levi did fly it towards the end of last year. I might be mistaken.
Oh, I think you're right. I think he flew it at Music City last year.
Yeah, that's right.
So
yeah.
I stand corrected. Anyway, we've got a lot of we debate about whether Levi's flown that airplane before. We've got a lot of heavy hitting STOL action here. Here comes Tanner McIntyre.
Oh yeah, and the wind is picking up right now. We have a very stiff crosswind. Yeah. Oh, Tanner putting in the work.
Let's go over to the takeoff scores. Check this out. Levi Nogues, 122-foot takeoff. Clint Busenitz in that gray and orange Badlands Traveler. That's 89 feet on the takeoff for him. And Tanner McIntyre over at 132. And I keep joking about Clint knowing a little bit about the Badlands Traveler, but he's the guy.
He is the guy.
He's the guy.
Ever since
like,
it was
this whole thing out.
Yeah, you remember when Doug Jackson had his one of the first. I think he had the first 2 Badlands Travelers back when they were affectionately known as the Cessna Cubs. Ooh, very nice landing from Levi Nogues.
So again, a different power plant on the front of that airplane.
Yeah, that Rotax was 916 IS.
That Rotax 916 makes about 160 horsepower. Now compare that to the Badlands.
Ooh.
Sorry, just watching Clint come in here.
Yeah.
Very well executed. So the Badlands aircraft can either have Rotax or Lycomings, but so compare it to, here's like Tanner's aircraft coming in on short final there, that Lycoming 360 powered aircraft. So different power plants at play, different aircraft, different airfoils, but all around the same performance, and that's why we put them in the same class.
Yeah, it is very interesting to see all these different power plants on the front ends of these aircraft. Some of them ex-go-kart engines are made by companies that make go-kart engines, and others are, like the Yamaha Apex, is a snowmobile engine.
Look at the squat on that airplane as he gets it under braking there in the shocks.
Yeah.
So they're going to taxi back around. Right now, the scores, Levi Nogues, with a combined total of 254 feet. Clint Busenitz out in front with 182. And Tanner's landing number coming in just a second. His takeoff distance was 132. So he's at 254. So we actually have a tie. We have a tie on our hands between Levi Nogues and Tanner McIntyre right now. And that's got to maybe feel kind of cool for one for Tanner's dad, Pat McIntyre, a.k.a. Big Mac. I decided that's what we're calling him. Little Mac and Big Mac. But but the other thing is Levi was, like you mentioned, the instructor that flew with him that first time that he competed when he was still a student pilot. So we've got the student and the teacher competing out on the field right now.
Yes. All right, Levi Nogues spooling up. Tail's slowly coming up, flaps in, stick back, and he is airborne. And if you follow him on social media, you'll be able to see some of this video. I assume he's going to post it since he's got that 360 camera hanging off the wing of that aircraft right now. Clint
Got a
Busenitz.
question from social as Clint gets ready to depart here. Can competitors remove the interior and extra seats to save weight?
Absolutely.
That was a great takeoff by Clint, by the way. That was like textbook. Yeah, so like you heard Pat talking about it earlier when he was on the mic with Cam. Take as much as you can out of the plane. No one's flying it at max gross weight. That's a thing that people sometimes suggest, is like load it up to gross weights to compete. Frankly, I think the logistics on that might just be really hard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So anyway, here goes Tanner now. The plane is definitely ready to fly. Well done there. And some of these takeoffs now, we're getting into like super short numbers. Levi Nogues, big improvement, down from 122 to 88 feet. Clint Busenitz down from 89 down to 65. And Tanner McIntyre also down in the sub 100s with 93 feet. And we're just race control in our ear, kind of making sure we saw how fast those flaps were deployed by Tanner. That's the youth. That's the spring in his step. He can pull on that flap handle real fast. Here's Levi Nogas, full flaps, a little bit of slipping action, settling down. Ooh. Oh, just short for Levi Nogas.
Oh, man.
And as we go into run 3, that is going to open up a window for Tanner McIntyre to slide in front of him.
Clint Busnitz on.
Looks like he touched down a few feet before the line.
And the wind just
Here's Clint.
died on us, so he's going to make those adjustments. Ooh, yes. Dragging that tail, which is completely fine. It can touch before the line. We're measuring from the mains.
You know, the other thing that just occurred to me watching these two Badlands is how different they are. And I think that's kind of cool. Like, these are still, you know, very bespoke, right? These aircraft, they're built exactly to the specifications of the owner and the pilot. And we saw that with Warhorse in the very beginning of the Badlands era with Jeff Daly at the controls. You know, it's a very different airplane than this one that Tanner's flying right now. Ooh, it looks like he landed just short. So the tie continues.
Yeah.
And also, while we watched that replay, for Clint, Crystal Busnitz in the chat saying, "Go, Dad!"
Heck yeah. Let's go.
So far after run 2 of the adventure class, Clint Busnitz is extending his lead out in front of Levi and Tanner, who continue their tie. So it's all up to this third run, and I do believe kind of anything can happen. We've seen Levi pull out some last-minute wins, and if Tanner is anything like his dad, he'll be able to pull out some last-minute wins too. That's the classic Big Mac McIntyre move, is to win on the final landing of the competition. So here's Levi Nogas. Waiting to go, spooling it up.
Race control in our ears telling us that Clint has the second shortest takeoff for today. As Levi lifts off. Very easy for that aircraft, especially in these conditions right now.
So here's Clint, and like Cam just said, second shortest takeoff of the day in the Badlands Traveler. Got a healthy lead right now in front of the other competitors in his class. The first best takeoff, by the way, 58 feet. Ooh, look at the energy.
Yeah.
Look at that takeoff. It was like someone hit fast forward on the camera feed. It's like he launched off a carrier deck.
It all happened so fast, I really couldn't even register what happened. I felt like he was like on the right side of the runway into the wind and then just adjusted to go straight down the runway, like all in less than a second.
Okay, Tanner McIntyre still tied with Levi Nogas.
Oh,
That was really short for for Tanner McIntyre. Levi Nogas had a 75-foot takeoff. 66-foot takeoff for Tanner McIntyre. And if we're seeing these numbers, Cam, if we're seeing these numbers already in the adventure class, I think if the wind holds through Unlimited, we're going to be seeing well under sub 50 feet. But I don't want to jinx it. But we're going to be seeing some really short takeoffs in Unlimited class. Here comes Levi Nogas.
We can hear him
Just
modulating.
In.
Yep.
Ooh, was that too short?
Oh,
was it
no.
right on the line?
Lexi's
I don't
calling
know.
a scratch.
Oh, I'm freaking out.
Yeah.
No, that is called a scratch, which is going to leave a huge window for Tanner McIntyre to pop up into second place. Here comes Clint Boosnitz.
All right. Chopping the throttle, dropping it in. Can't tell how short that is, but it's looking around 100 feet-ish or shorter.
Waiting to see what this...
Ooh. 88 feet
this
on that
number
landing.
comes in. Wow, a combined score of 145 now for Clint. It's going to be really hard, but not impossible for Tanner McIntyre to take the whole thing on this landing. Holding my breath.
Yeah.
Oh, Tanner McIntyre!
Where are we at, bro? Where are we at?
Will it be enough? That was excellent. That was absolutely excellent. We're watching the replay to check for a scratch. Good over the line by about 2 feet. Ooh, the dramatic conclusion of the adventure class coming to you soon. You know, as they get ready for Cam to walk out there and meet them, you know, the thing that I was noticing was Clint over this season, we're going to see this tighten up for him even more because his landings were incredibly short, but he was giving up some distance past the line. And look at what Tanner just did, planting it perfectly in that aircraft there, slider, just planting it perfectly, just 1 or 2 feet beyond the line. So we're going to see how that wraps up in just a minute. We're going to go over to the sport class next, which is going to be smaller airplanes with higher power to weight ratios. We may see some sub 50 takeoffs. We'll see. We'll see what the wind does. We'll see how it all holds together. While they get out of the aircraft, folks, you see Tanner there on the camera looking. I hope he's feeling proud. He did really good out there. We've got to talk about our friends over at Red Tag Art. They're offering prize considerations this year and will be creating our custom annual awards once again. Last year, there were these huge, one year there were huge props. Another year there were huge wing ribs. Just super cool national champion trophies made by Red Tag Art. We really appreciate their support. You can check them out. Go to Red Tag Art and you can get home decor made out of red tagged aviation pieces of airplanes and things like that. You can get a candle holder made out of a taxi light, among other things. Also, big reminder, don't forget we're simulcast on Live Air Show TV. So if you like Live Air Show TV, check them out. We can be friends over there as well. So our friends at Live Air Show TV bringing the National STOL Adventure to their adventure. Again, they're hanging out, filming air shows all summer, bringing it to the remote audiences, even if you can't make it to some of the big ones like Oceana or Billings. So glad to be friends with the folks at Live Air Show TV and proud to be simulcast with them. You can see now the adventure class pilots walking out there to greet Cam. And Cam, I'm gonna pitch it over to you as these gentlemen walk up.
Why, thank you there, sir. I think we're ready for some scores. You guys ready for some scores?
Yes, sir.
Dude, y'all did some great flying, especially you, Tanner. That was super awesome, man.
Yeah, he did.
All right, here we go. Adventure class. In third place, with a combined total of 254 feet, Levi Nogues.
All right, I knew you beat me. I told you you get a water gun.
In second place, with a combined total of 154 feet, Tanner McIntyre. And in first place, with a combined total of 145 feet, Clint Buznitz. Congratulations, guys. Have at it.
Yeah, you deserved that. You deserve that, Cam. Let's
Come on,
hear it
pants all
for
wet.
the adventure class, Tanner, Clint, and Levi. Give them a big round of applause or applause, whatever. Give them a big round of applause, folks. That was some great STOL flying. Love seeing these guys fly these airplanes. So again, to regroup on the scores, in third place with a combined score of 254 feet, Levi Nogues in third. In second place, pulling it out on the last landing, just like his dad, 154 feet gives Tanner McIntyre second place. And in first place, Clint Buznitz with a combined score of 145 feet. Friends, that is a 57-foot takeoff and an 88-foot landing. That's crazy. That means that airplane could take off in my backyard almost. And I live in the suburbs. I don't like living in the country. So anyway, next up, we're going to be heading over to the sport class. You can see them fired up there in the distance. We're going to be separating this into two heats. We've got Matt Dorsum in a 1995 Kit Fox 4, Scott Tyree in a 1998 Kit Fox 4, Sheldon Hetherington's going to be flying in a 2010 Zenith 750, Tony Sanchez bringing that 2014 Just Super STOL, Tom Pond, newcomer to the series, put on quite the show during practice yesterday, 2024 Just Aircraft Super STOL, and Dave Curley in the Grasshopper, a 2017 Just Aircraft Highlander, flying over from Spicewood, Texas. So that's going to be your sport class here at Swamp STOL 2026. I feel like the crowd really liked seeing Tanner McIntyre with that second place. I heard a huge howl from the crowd. I could hear it all the way up here in Wisconsin.
Oh yeah, man. He did some awesome flying. Dude is super young and flying way better than I can. So he's got good instruction at home.
You know, I don't want to I don't know if it's going to seem like favoritism, but I did have the chance to do a little flying with Pat last year at Sodbusters. He was helping me knock some of the rust off because he's a flight instructor, and we knocked a little bit of the rust off in his RANs for me in tail wheels. I haven't flown tail wheels in a while, and he was I will say this, very patient man. As your friend Dombrowski had to remember what brakes do or don't do. Yeah, appreciate it.
Yeah, I got a chance to fly with him at Lone Star 2 years ago, and that was absolutely a blast. That was my first at the controls for big tire aircraft. My aircraft does not have big tires on it. And it was very awesome. I can't wait to fly something else. I can't wait to own something with huge tires.
The thing about huge tires is they are a little more expensive.
That
Then
is
you're going to be
true.
looking to only land on grass.
You are correct, sir.
So I just mentioned the scream, the big scream for Tanner. I just received intel from the person who did it. That was actually Sherry Sanchez, whose husband Eddie Sanchez we're gonna see fly a little bit later in the unlimited class. She said that was my scream for Tanner with a big old laughing emoji.
All right. Up next, we have race 95 in a 1995 Kit Fox 4, Matt Dorsum.
So check out Matt Dorsum in that Kit Fox 4. He's known for his love of slow airplanes and fast cars, and he really brought it out last year. Champion last year. Really put in the work and flew the furthest east in the United States he'd ever been to make sure he sealed that victory.
Heck yeah. In the 1998 Kit Fox 4, we have race number 918, Scott Tyree.
So Scott earned his pilot certificate in May of 2021 after starting in January of 2020. This airplane's called the Red River Fox, which is it's a restored Kit Fox. He rebuilt it over several hundred hours. He's been involved with National STOL for about 4 years, including 2 years volunteering with us.
And in the 2010 Zenith 750 STOL, race number 32, Sheldon Hetherington.
So Sheldon's bringing over 700 hours of flight time and 20 years of experience to this competition. Flew Redbird, that airplane, all the way from Pensacola, Florida. And he's been working really hard at making that airplane his own. You notice the back end of it. If you're an astute viewer, you'll notice that vertical stabilizer and rudder are actually quite a bit larger this time around. They were bare metal for a bit last year. He wanted a little more rudder authority to help with crosswinds and slipping and things like that. So upgraded that, made it a little more effective. And the other thing that's really interesting about Sheldon's plane is we've got these 26-inch bush wheels on all of these Kit Foxes. Sheldon's rocking golf cart wheels and tires. Which you can do in an experimental airplane.
Oh, yeah, all day.
That tail surface for Sheldon is 30% larger than it was before. I actually pulled it from the 750 Super Duty model of the Zenith.
And here we go.
Here comes Matt Dorsum. So Matt Dorsum's engine going to sound a little different than the one Scott Tyree's got. Scott's got the classic Rotax 912 on the front of the Kit Fox 4. Same aircraft just took off before, right? Matt Dorsum's Kit Fox 4, but it's got a Yamaha Apex making 60 extra horsepower.
Ooh, yes. 57 feet for Matt Dorsum on his takeoff.
And since we're talking about power plants, Sheldon also running the venerable Rotax 912. Very common engine in the lighter sport aircraft. It's got a really nice low fuel burn, but still provides a lot of power. A little different than your air-cooled Lycomings and Continentals. It's got liquid cooling.
Excellent takeoff from him. Scott Tyree had a 135-foot takeoff, and Sheldon has a 88-foot takeoff. And we can see
Matt Dorsum is going to come around here. You can see him turning. He's on base leg everything at an airport is a rectangle in terms of the traffic pattern, and so he's on that kind of like last turn right there from the base leg over to what we call final approach.
And the wind has picked up, and it looks like it's coming down the pipe. So this is what we want, to see these super short landings.
Matt Dorson tied for the shortest takeoff of the day with 57 feet.
Little bump of power to get him over the line. Ooh, yes.
Oh, plopping it down.
That was awesome.
Yeah, he's pumping his fist in the cockpit. He knows if you're going to strike on the first one. Strike fear into the hearts of your enemies. Look at, I don't know if the gear could have separated any further. Oh, man,
wow.
He was working it.
That landing, 53 feet, combined total of 110.
That may be our shortest landing of the day.
I think it is, man. That is ridiculous.
So Brandon Korn is the next closest with a 71-foot landing in the Backcountry Boss. So also just a little bit of hats off to Brandon Korn for that. All right, here comes Scott Tyree.
Good over the line. Little extra
Carrying
energy.
a lot of energy. Yeah, Cam, we had the same thought. I mean, this is actually something we talk a lot about in sport class with the Kit Fox 4s in particular, right? They've got just a kind of a faster wing. They're a little bit shorter, a little bit less lift than maybe the more modern Kit Foxes. And so you see that a lot in National STOL, that the Kit Foxes have to dissipate a lot more energy coming in on final approach, especially if you're not kind of chop, plop, and drop like Matt Dorson did. Here's Sheldon Hetherington.
Ooh, that, from my perspective, looked like a scratch. Oh, it is a scratch. It's okay. He's got 2 more rounds to make Redbird
not
do
super
what it
happy
does.
about that in the cockpit.
Yeah, no. He's super competitive, so he will show it when he's not happy.
So getting ready for the next run of this first heat of the sport class. As we look at this Kit Fox 4 coming up, Matt Dorsum's Kit Fox 4, the other thing that I'm remembering, Cam, and you might remember more about this than I do, is that it's got a different wing than the other kind of classic Kit Fox 4s.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, it's got a little longer chord line, so it's a wider wing. Well, not wider, but a longer wing, front to back. It's got that piggyback STOL kit on it, so it is not the stock wing that that Scott is rocking right now.
So liftier.
A lot liftier, definitely.
And so that also, when we talk about like how much energy are we bringing in on final approach, that's also going to help Matt. Woo!
Yeah, that was pretty exciting. Had it angled to get some more wind over the nose.
Scott Tyree is waiting. You can see, we talked about like different lift devices. You can see the VGs, like a lot of VGs on the front of that wing. So that's the other thing is Matt Dorsum's got slats. And slats, folks, like if you look at Sheldon's plane, it's nice he color-coded them for us. See those bright red control surfaces on the front of that wing? They let air kind of underneath them at high angles of attack, and it helps the air stay attached to the wing, similar to VGs, but a little bit more effective. You heard Pat say earlier when he was watching some of the pilots, like, all right, now he's flying on the slats. So, like right about here, the slats are just diverting that wind, that air over the top of the wing, and that's going to help a plane fly a lot slower and get a lot more lift sooner.
Matt Dorsum on base final.
So, Cam, you're there in person. What's the wind doing right now? Because we had longer takeoffs from everybody on that second run.
Yeah, so it was died down while Matt was on base. It was pretty dead, and now it's starting to pick up just a little bit. Just a small gust.
Hold it. Oh, I think that was a scratch for Matt Dorsum.
Dang.
Yes, race control confirming that is a scratch. Touchdown. It's watching the replay here. Yeah, rolled over the line. Touchdown a bit before it.
But yeah, now it's pretty dead. Despite what the flags are showing on the judges' side of the line, it feels pretty dead right now, and now we're getting a gust. So it's pretty variable at the moment, but it is straight down the pipe. So as long as it holds up for Scott, he should have a good short landing.
Well, and this is where and I can actually hear it on the microphone now coming through. This is where pilots like Scott with planes like this need a little extra help from the wind, right? And we talk about that more in unlimited class. It's quite high over the line, though. He's going to go around, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
So not quite lined up right. Going to give it a little juice and go around the pattern. Always the safe choice if you're not going to make your landing spot there. When we talk about Dan Reynolds in the next class, in the unlimited class, you know, his airplane, he always says, just needs a few knots of wind to become really, really effective competitively. If there's no wind, it's hard for him, but as soon as there's a little wind on the nose, that airplane becomes a kite, and he can just plop it down wherever.
All right.
Here comes Sheldon.
Yes, sir. Hitting a little burble there. Wind's intensifying at the moment. Ooh.
Oh, too short again for Sheldon.
Oh,
the wind just dropped out. The wings were just not making any more lift.
Yeah.
Watching this, I mean, it's going to be a great... There's probably some great photos. Man, did he work that left main gear? But great photos don't get you victory and glory. Yeah, I can see him just dropping, just riding the elevator down there as it stopped making lift.
Yeah, so since Scott did not touch the runway at all on his go-around, this is going to be a normal run for him. Remember that if they do touch the runway and basically do a touch and go, it is counted as a scratch.
So this one will count for Scott Tyree, settling in down much lower this time.
Still cooking on the energy side.
Good over the line.
Mm-hmm.
He's got to get heavy on those brakes now. Get it stopped. He's not gonna stop. Oh, that's like my biggest pet peeve. Just stop. It doesn't matter if it was good. Just get the score, man. Just get the score. Scott, what are you doing? That's okay.
It is a score, but it's a big score, right? 999.
Yeah, but take the score. Take the score.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, all right. Now, Let's see. This is interesting because we're going into the second heat in the second cam, and right now we've got Matt Dorsum with a really solid place heading into the second heat. He's got 110 feet combined with that 57-foot takeoff and that 53-foot landing. He did scratch on run 2, so that's going to hurt his ability to be grand champion. Scott Tyree, 535 combined. We have not seen the best of Sheldon Hetherington yet.
No.
He's had really competitive scores, possibly podium scores if he can not scratch on this third run. So anything can happen there. All of these scores then need to stand tall and hold on as we go over to all of the Highlanders and the Super STOLs, Tony, Tom, and David at the controls. So it's not over yet for Matt. He's got to try to get one more. Whoa, like that.
Yeah.
Get one more like that, Matt. Holy cow. Matt says, Ryan, stop your yapping.
Let me show you.
I'm going to do pilot things. Okay. Sheldon Hetherington.
Yes, sir. Another 57-foot
almost
takeoff.
hit the tail.
Yeah, they are out here battling some windy conditions at the moment.
And if you're in the unlimited class, you're watching this going, come on, wind, stay.
Yes.
Oftentimes the unlimited class loses the wind. At like mid-afternoon wind, it kind of starts to drop down and calm down. So Matt Dorsum now turning base to final. That takeoff, again, 57 feet. So consistent on these takeoffs today.
Yeah, man, that is very impressive. All right, he's nice and settled in. Give it a little burst of power to get over the line. All right, over the line. It's definitely sub
100. Yeah, Cam, we thought the same thing. Sub 100. It's not going to be an improvement on his best run of the day. And actually, we got an update from the judges. They went back and reviewed 55-foot takeoff for Matt Dorsum that run. But the 83-foot landing is going to put that at 138, which is a jaw-dropping number, but not better than 110. Scott Tyree not in the air right now, so he may be forfeiting his third run. We'll see what the official word is on that. But in the meantime, Sheldon Hetherington coming in with a 116-foot takeoff, so in the middle, getting that nose real high, dropping it down. He's going to go around. Too high to let it drop from that altitude.
Yeah.
That's the difference between discomfort and more discomfort.
Very true. Yeah, these conditions are, I mean, the wind is doing some things out here. So, and like you said, that the later in the day, we're going to have thermals. And so some of that rising heat is going to cause some issue. Some burbles. You'll see some wobbling happening. There's not really much settling happening at the moment.
So Sheldon's coming around the pattern now, and I want to talk about one of our sponsors who he cannot use in this aircraft, but it's important to point out we've got a great sponsor in Tundra Tailwheel. If you're fed up with tailwheel shimmy, look for a sleeker design with the added security of a locking tailwheel. Proudly made in America, Tundra Tailwheels delivers exactly what you need. You can join the ranks of countless STOL champions who trust Tundra tail wheels. Our products are not compatible with Leaf Spring, T3, Acme Aero, and TK1 suspensions. You can upgrade your aircraft unless it's Sheldon's, because he's got a nose wheel. You can go to tundratailwheel.com. They are all over. If you walk through the race paddock, those tail wheels are all over all the competitive planes, and really appreciate Tundra tail wheels support.
Yeah, another spot. We've got two T6s taking off right now. One of them technically if not both of them, but one of them for sure is technically an S&J. It's in the Guantanamo Bay livery, the gray and yellow wing aircraft in the lead. But Tundra Tailwheel had a chance to tour the factory, and say that with quotes, with rabbit ears, the factory. Josh Richling's property, and he has that place, like, those things are manufactured with just absolute precision. It looks like these two T6s are circling above and probably going to overfly the STOL field as Sheldon Hetherington is on final. We got smoke on from
coming from
T6s.
the T6s, by the way. If you
yes, I was elaborating.
Sheldon, there we go. He's good over the line, dropping it in with the sound of round above him. That was pretty cool.
That was pretty cool. Bunch of yellow planes in the pattern.
I got a soft place in my heart with the yellow planes.
I do too.
It's the color of the vintage plane, and it always looks really good. Okay, so Sheldon with a third score on the board. That's going to be 293, and that's great, right? Because he hadn't had anything on the board yet. So now Sheldon in second place, Scott Tyree in third with 535, and Matt Dorsum, the number to keep in your head as we watch this next heat of sport pilots is 110 feet. That is the number to beat. 57-foot takeoff, 53-foot landing. That is, I think I've earned the right. I've been patient. I've been so patient. That is bonkers. It's bonkers. It's crazy. 57 feet, 53 feet. Crazy.
All right, for the second heat in the sport class, leading off is Tony Sanchez in the 2014 Just Super STOL, race number 75.
Let's give it up for Tony, airline pilot for 34 years. Been flying bush planes since 2020. He's a big John Wayne fan. His STOL team name is God Bless John Wayne. He's been flying since he was 16 years old.
Yeah, these Just Super STOL aircraft are just awesome. And you can see that he has slats too. Yeah, he's got slats too, and they are auto actuated, and you can see them sliding along the front edge of the wing. So instead of being raised up or being initiated by raising them, they slide to the sides towards the wing tips. Next up, in a 2024 Just Aircraft Super STOL, race number 311, Tom Pond.
Look at Tom Pond in the pond hopper. Big old slats on the front, big old landing gear. Love the paint job, the livery on this thing.
Mm-hmm.
He got his pilot license in March of 2025, and he already has 300 total flight hours. That's insane.
Wow.
He received his tailwheel endorsement in the Super STOL in late September of 2025, and he's already out competing with it. So can't wait to see what he can do.
All right. And finally, in the 2017 Just Highlander, affectionately known as the Grasshopper, race number 11, David Curley.
So this is Dave Curley from Spicewood, Texas, flying out of 88 Romeo. You can tell why it's called the Grasshopper, is that lovely olive drab green. Really aggressive competitor, Dave Curley. I think you're going to watch him fly it, and you're going to be really impressed with what he's doing. He's got a supercharged Rotax 912. So if we compare all the power plants, all the planes flying right now, I believe Tony Sanchez as well, have that Rotax 912. Dave Curley's got that supercharger to give that little bit of a different sound. So we'll hear that when Grasshopper pulls up to the line. So here is Tony Sanchez. Now, the other thing I'll point about his flying, he's not afraid to get that nose real high. We talked about him being like a puppy who wants its belly scratched, right? Like he's always hanging the belly of that plane out. And it's a good thing that he keeps it so clean. It always looks real good. You'll see it when it comes around for landing. And that is a great takeoff for Tony Sanchez. Not sure it's short enough to challenge Matt Dorson, but we'll see when the number comes in.
All right, next up, Tom Pond. And his just super STOL.
I don't know if that airplane is tall enough.
Yeah, right.
Good flap deployment there. So we've talked a little bit about like popping the flaps or dropping the flaps. We'll see Dave Curley do it too, I suspect. Basically what's happening, remember we gave you a little bit of an intro flight lesson. We talked about the flaps, they increase lift and drag. Well, if you apply them on takeoff roll at just the right time, it says you need manual flaps. You need to be able to pull on a bar to make it happen that quickly. You can get that burst of lift and be okay with the additional drag to get the airplane off the ground. So Curley's getting that tail real high. Here we go, zooming off, and you saw the flaps come down right as he pulled back on the stick in an effort to get all the lift out of that wing that he can.
He's battling those windy conditions on climb out. As we have Tony Sanchez low and to the right, if you're here in the crowd.
There's the belly.
Oh, yeah.
Hanging it out. The gust. He's battling that gust. Oh, he got it over the line. Nice one for Tony Sanchez. Watch this in slow-mo. It just drops out, and you want to just time that drop. Look at those gears spread out. That is what the Super STOL does best. Whoa.
So cool.
Not about passenger comfort, Cam. It's about plopping it down, but I do wonder sometimes with some of these impacts how people are feeling inside.
Next up, Tom Pond. Keeping that nose high as well, modulating the throttle.
High.
The rest is descent. Woo!
And you saw him catch it, right? The brakes were too hard. The tail was coming up too fast, and he just let go of those brake pedals to let the tail come back down. Here, let's watch it again in slow motion. So a lot of energy right here, not as much vertical down. Tail starts coming up, and he recovers quite quickly, but he has to give up some distance then because he's got to let go of the brakes. David Curley now, low and to your right. Look at how far his gear hang down. It looks just like a grasshopper in the sky. Easing it down. Ooh, yeah. Oh, plopped and dropped it too soon.
Oh, man.
That is a scratch. Oh, and just short, too. I think he landed 2, maybe 3 feet short of the line. So close one for Dave Curley. Hey, folks, don't forget to vote for your favorite pilot. Vote.nationalstol.com. Currently in the lead, Phil Shearer with 75 votes, but you still have time. We've got the unlimited class after this, so I suspect some folks are waiting to see the unlimited class fly before they cast their votes. Here comes Tony Sanchez on the line, getting ready to go.
All right, here we go. Tail up from Tony Sanchez. Excellent deployment of flaps at the same time as pulling back on the stick. Sweet turnout too.
I don't know if it's fair to say, but I really like Tom Pond's pond hopper paint job.
Yeah. Yeah,
it feels like a real race plane.
It really does. Oh, yeah.
Okay. There we go. That timing was really excellent. If he would have pulled sooner, it maybe could have flown a little bit sooner, but I feel like if he had pulled too much earlier, it would have been stuck to the ground. And what happens, right, we heard some of the pilots talk about it. You pull too early, not only is it not ready to fly, you've actually set yourself back even further because now you've got more drag aerodynamically and from the ground. And it slows you down. You have to, like, overcome that again to get back up to flying speed. David Curley, tail high and proud. Nicely done. So they're going to go around the traffic pattern, folks. We've got Tony Sanchez high and to your right. I'll give you a little update on the scores here in the sport class. Currently, Matt Dorsum out front with 110. Tony Sanchez with 156. Third place, Tom Pond with 287 combined on that first run. And fourth place, Sheldon Hetherington. Oh, well done, Tony.
Let's go.
Yes. Yes. He's happy with that one. You can see him grinning in the cockpit. Watch here. Expertly placed right beyond the line. I don't know, maybe a foot closer. I think Ryan Melendez maybe got it a little bit closer to the line today, but expertly done there. Here comes the pond hopper. Just working down in those winds. You can see him modulating the pitch. Trying to keep it on speed. You control your speed with your pitch. Now he's like totally behind the power curve. Holy cow. Okay. Almost vertical is what it looked like for me. Got to keep it straight, so a little bit off to the left there. But well done. It was definitely working it the whole way down.
Yep. Nose wanted to spin into the wind. Really, it's the tail that wants to spin into the wind. That's the challenges of flying a tailwheel aircraft. That's why tailwheel pilots are better.
Tom Pond's best score so far.
All right.
211. Dave Curley now settling down close to the runway. Here he is.
Little burst of power.
A little bit of a balloon. He's good over the line.
Stopped nice and short relative to where he touched down.
Yeah, need a little more accuracy against the line for Dave Curley, and I hope we will see that on the third run. The most important thing for him is he's on the board now, right? He had that first scratch. And by the way, that first run for Dave Curley, he had a 58-foot landing. Had he not scratched. So maybe let's call it a 60-foot landing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it was real close. So being on the board now, he's going to slot up into fourth place. So your podium right now, Matt Dorsum holding strong with 110. Tony Sanchez, first run, still keeping him in second with 156. Tom Pond now up in third place with 211. And just 12 feet behind him, Dave Curley.
And here we go, burst of power. Tail coming up. Tony Sanchez is off. Just excited that I get to see the pond hopper live. Like, I've seen it on Facebook at different events on Facebook, but like, it's nice to see it here. And there he goes.
Yeah, there we go. So I think for Tom, right, like obviously like new to the whole scene, I think the thing for him will have to be working with his competitors and his colleagues to really dial in those takeoffs. I think that's where the biggest opportunity for him is, because his landings, I mean, that last one was 78 feet. That's super competitive right away. And he's shaving a ton of takeoff distance off. He's down to 140 on the takeoff distance.
All right, Curly. Yeah, and that's part of the reason why you should come out and compete. Like, if you're a pilot and you want to do these things, like, come out and compete, because you'll learn. It's so rewarding to talk to all of these pilots, ask them questions. People aren't really reserved and not, they're not very secretive on what you can do to be a better pilot or be a better compete. I can't even speak right now. To compete along with these guys. So here we go.
Oh, just a little too short for Tony Sanchez on that one. He was working that one the whole way down, just absolutely fighting the wind, but just look here, just mistimed the drop, the accuracy there, like a foot in front.
Tom Pond crabbing into the wind a little bit. We've got that high angle of attack.
See him peering out that left window, feeling for it. Oh, too short for him as well.
Oh.
So that's going to leave an opening for Dave Curley. Dave Curley had a 95-foot takeoff. He's only 12 feet behind the pond hopper. So he's got a chance to get up in front of Tom Pond in this last landing. No pressure.
And the wind is kicking up a little bit. Yeah, all the pressure.
Feels like he was carrying a lot of speed that time compared to how we've seen him fly. I wonder if that first scratch he didn't want to repeat that first scratch. So it's good and on the board. Oh, I'm not even going to say the number. We're going to save that for the podium presentation. We will see how this all ends up in just a second. So they're going to get the airplanes parked, and we're going to complete the sport class. And then, folks, it's the moment you've been waiting for all day. We're headed over to the unlimited class, where you're going to see, oh, man, you're going to see Brian Steck flying that 2024 American Legend MOAC. You're going to see Dan Reynolds flying the Chinook Valdez Special, such a unique and weird-looking airplane flown by one of the true greats. Eddie Sanchez on the scene. That's Tony Sanchez's brother. You're going to see him flying the Badlands Traveler. Fresh on the scene. Fresh coat of paint. It's looking real beautiful. Jody Card in his brand new Badlands Traveler, and Pat McIntyre, Big Mac, the dad of Tanner McIntyre, is going to be showing us how it's done in his 2025 Badlands Traveler. All of these pilots. Oh, I missed Hal Stockman, and Hal Stockman in the Badlands Vaquero with the canards on the front. You've got so many legends of National STOL, so many legends of aviation, all fighting against each other in the unlimited class, and it's going to be really exciting to see one last heat here at Swamp STOL 2026. Unlimited class is no holds barred. Anything goes as long as the FAA will let you strap it to an airplane, and it's gonna be a real fun one to see. Don't forget to tune in and join us after that at nationalstol.com. You can see where all the next events are. I'm sure you're just absolutely jazzed about what you saw today, and you're gonna see in the unlimited class. And check out Appalachian Mountain STOL, May 8th and 9th in Pennsylvania, and Pony Express, May 29th and 30th in St. Joe. We are ready now on the field. Cam, let's see how it ended up.
All right. Let's see what happens with the sport class. All right. In 6th place, we're going to go through all of them. With a score of 535 feet, Scott Tyree. In 5th place, with a score of 293 feet, Sheldon Hetherington. In 4th place, with a score of 217 feet, David Curley. In 3rd place, with a score of 211 feet, Tom Pond. Let's go. In 2nd place, with a score of 156 feet, Tony Sanchez. And in 1st place, with a score of 110 feet, Matt Dorsum. Have at it, dudes. Back to you, Ryan.
So they're gonna go to war, as Cam has been calling it. I heard someone hand over a microphone and say, "Here, this will help with your sunburn." So, hand over, not a microphone, hand over the squirt gun and say, "This will help with your sunburn." But what a great group of competitors in the sport class, and you can see why it's one of the ones we enjoy the most. Big spread of scores, super competitive, just a handful of feet. Just 6 feet separating Dave Curley from Tom Pond for 3rd place. Here's the full scores again for you at home. 535 feet. That's going to get Scott Tyree 6th place in his Kit Fox 4. Sheldon Hetherington in the Zenith 750. Combined score of 293. Then it's just to really tighten up. Dave Curley in 4th place with a combined score of 217. Tom Pond in that 2024 Just Aircraft Super STOL with a combined score of 211. Tony Sanchez trying, not quite able to make it on the takeoff distance with 156 combined. And Matt Dorsum with that 55-foot takeoff and 53-foot, can I say it? I'm gonna. It's bonkers. 110 feet combined for Matt Dorsum. That's going to put him up on top in the sport class here for Swamp STOL 2026. Next up, it's time for the unlimited class. They are already powered up and ready to go.
Woo!
You're going to see Brian Steck in the 2024 American Legend MOAC, Pat McIntyre in the 2025 Badlands Traveler, Eddie Sanchez in the 2025 Badlands Traveler, Hal Stockman in the 2024 Badlands Vaquero, Joey Card, race number 92, going to be in the 2026 Badlands Traveler, and bringing up the rear, it's number 9, Dan Reynolds in the Chinook Valdez Special, all the way from Dawson, Canada. I'm pumped. Cam, are you pumped? I'm pumped.
I'm excited, bro. I can't wait.
I don't even know what's going to happen. We saw some crazy numbers in practice yesterday in the unlimited class. We had takeoffs as short as where's the shortest one? 46 feet? No, 37 feet. Hal Stockman had a 37-foot takeoff, and I need to read more before I talk. Dan Reynolds had a 35-foot takeoff yesterday in practice.
All right. And in the 2024 American Legend MOAC, race number 513, Brian Steck.
Check out this MOAC, the mother of all Cubs that Brian Steck has been wrenching on for years. He's rocking the belly pod. He's got this high thrust, high noise engine on the front. It's water cooled. There's even like he used a Rotax. The wing is totally custom. The flaps are longer than normal. He's worked with Legend aircraft so hard to make it an absolute legend in the skies.
Up next, in the 2025 Badlands Traveler, race number 40, Patrick McIntyre.
And the nickname will stick. It's Pat the Big Mac McIntyre. I don't know if he's going to let me get away with that. This guy's a part-time veterinarian. He's a professional pilot all the way from Lincoln, Nebraska. He now competes in the Badlands Traveler. Used to fly a RANS S7. This airplane's now larger and faster with improved performance, and you're seeing him use that in the Unlimited class this season.
Up next, also in a 2025 Badlands Traveler, number 48, Eddie Sanchez.
So Eddie Sanchez, brand new aircraft, coming over from the Highlander style over to the Badlands style IO370, brand new on the scene. I can't wait to see what it does.
Next up, in the 2024 Badlands Vaquero, race number 3, Hal Stockman.
Hal Stockman, an absolute legend of STOL flying. He's the most famous man not on the internet. The big thing to point out about his aircraft is the canards. He's got canards up on the front. We'll talk a little bit more about how those work when we see him flying.
Next up, in the 2026 Badlands Traveler, race number 92, Jody Card.
So Jody Card's on his second Badlands Traveler. He's got a brand new one cooking. He's got the best. He's got the best quote of national STOL history. He broke his landing gear at Pinedale a few years back and said, "Checkers or wreckers." That just gives you an idea of how competitive this guy is. He's also got a Rotax 916 on the front of that airplane.
And finally, in the Chinook WT-11 Valdez Special, race number 9, Dan Reynolds.
Dan Reynolds is one of the champions of STOL. He's made a big imprint on the industry, and look at this unique aircraft, the Chinook. He's been flying them since 1984. This one's specially modified for STOL comps. You might notice there's a big difference from this plane to the other ones, and that it's got the prop in the back that allows him to do some things that earned him the nickname Lawn Dart Dan. And this class is also, we had some of those internet questions earlier, Cam, about innovation in STOL. And this class, you can see it. I mean, all the stuff that Brian Steck has done to his airplane to make it truly competitive. It's one of the loudest airplanes on the circuit. The Badlands Travelers and Vaqueros all totally tweaked and modified. You can see each of them totally custom fit for their pilot. And then what Dan's been doing since 1984 with the Chinook. I mean, if a recipe's right, don't change it.
And you can see all the judges bunched up closer to the line, so might be a hint of what's to come from some of these takeoffs and landings from this class.
Brian Steck's best takeoff yesterday, 57 feet. His best landing, 54.
All right.
44.
Ooh. And we have the green flag. Brian Steck is spooling up right now. And we're off. For the limited class.
Oh, man, another super loud one.
Next up.
So
Oh, no, what were you about to say?
I was going to say the gauntlet's been dropped 75 feet.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And here's Patrick McIntyre in the Badlands Traveler.
So let's see how that compares. So 75 feet for Brian Steck.
Right.
In the MOAC. Here comes Pat McIntyre's score. 98 feet. That's a lot longer than I would expect. But we'll see that dial in over the runs. Here's Edges now getting the tail up. Look at those slats ready to go. Classic cub tailing that thing. Looks so good. Oh, there we go. Eddie Sanchez is ready to fight. Now, we talked about the canards on Hal's plane. So the canards are the little tiny wings just behind the engine. And what they do is they actually allow... They create lift, too, on the front of the plane, and they allow Hal to not have 46 feet. So he's currently got the shortest takeoff, but Dan Reynolds... Oh, that was quite short. If Dan Reynolds can't make them scared on the takeoff, he can always make them scared on the landing, especially with a little wind on the nose. So if it's a direct crosswind right now, that might be something he's thinking about right now as he climbs out.
Oh, that number is ridiculous. 25 feet for Dan Reynolds.
I don't even know what we're doing here, Cam.
Yeah, no. It did not even look like he pulled back on the elevator. It just looked like it just hopped into the air. Brian Steck crabbing into the wind. Modulating the throttle. High alpha. Very nice landing.
Right on the line.
Oh. That is going to be a scratch.
Counts as a scratch. Is it going to be a scratch?
I was looking at Lexi. She was showing scratch. We'll see what race control says.
Oh, the left main definitely hit the line.
Okay.
Okay, so I just want to put this in perspective. Dan Reynolds took off in 25 feet. That's the same length as okay, AI didn't help me at all. It said a 25-foot extension ladder. Thanks. Same length as a ladder. Way to go, AI. A 25-foot garden hose. Wow, thanks. No, here's what's compelling. Maybe the same length as a camper van.
There we go.
Here comes Pat McIntyre.
Ooh, burst of power.
Oh, did he make it? Did he make it over the line?
Oh, Lexi doesn't know.
Oh, we are fighting for it. Oh, I think the race control just called it a scratch. That left main wheel again touching down on the line. No one's on the board yet. Eddie Sanchez, 61-foot takeoff. Brand new airplane. Look at all the flaps, right? That inland control surface there inboard on the wing. All the lift, all the drag. No, that's Hal Stockman. It's Hal Stockman, not Eddie Sanchez. There we go. He's good over the line.
See what this number is going to be for this landing. from Hal Stockman. And still waiting, so we're going to move on. Next up, Jody Card. Ooh!
Whoa! Plopping
Yeah.
it down for Jody Card. Maybe wreckers. Maybe we're going wreckers. He's not afraid to stretch those gear.
All right. Next up, Dan Reynolds.
So Dan Reynolds hovering it in. Eddie Sanchez, you notice I got confused about the order. He had a little bit of a door issue, so he had to extend his pattern. He'll be coming in after Dan Reynolds. Here's Dan now. Whoa, he's working that wind. Plopping it down, darting it in.
Darting it in. The
Charts.
old lawn dart.
I think he's going to be happy with that one.
And we are still waiting on some landing scores.
And there's Eddie Sanchez now on final approach.
All right. Dan Reynolds landing 58 feet.
Woo-hoo!
Let's go.
We're sub 100, baby.
All right, Eddie Sanchez getting settled in. Little burst of power, get him over the line. I can't tell from here. Oh, Lexi's calling it a
They're
scratch.
Calling it a scratch.
All right.
So let's just tee it up. That's one run in. Dan Reynolds, 25-foot takeoff. Bonkers. 58-foot landing. Stupid. I mean, it's crazy. It's not even physics. I don't even know if physics even works. So 83 feet combined. Jody Card, the next closest competitor, 67-foot takeoff, 71-foot landing. Hal Stockman, listen to this takeoff number, 46 feet with a 104-foot landing. So it's a big opportunity for Hal Stockman to things up. Pat McIntyre, 98-foot landing, takeoff with an 80-foot landing for a combined score of 178. But here's where things get interesting. We have not seen the true capability of this man, Brian Steck, because he has scratched on his landing. And then Eddie Sanchez also scratched. So we don't even know what they're capable of here at Swamp STOL 2026. So right now, a healthy lead for Dan Reynolds. But I wouldn't count any of these competitors out. It's going to be hard to beat 25 feet and 58 feet. It's going to be hard. But it's not impossible.
It's not impossible. We could have crazy gusts of wind. Woo! All right.
I think the big thing I want to see is how do the takeoff numbers improve for Brian and Pat. Feels like their takeoff numbers were longer than we're used to from them on that first run.
Mm-hmm.
And indeed, that was a quite a bit shorter for Brian Steck. He went from 75 feet down to 57. Pat McIntyre getting the tail up in slider, and he is off. Much shorter than the first run.
Okay, so Brian Steck's takeoff was 57 feet, and Patrick McIntyre, 52 feet.
Now, when we see, I said it wasn't impossible. It's possible for Pat or Brian or any of these competitors to drop a super short landing, especially when we see what the wind does. Here's Eddie Sanchez. Look at that. New plane. Not afraid. Usually we see people have to kind of dial in over the months of the season, and Eddie Sanchez, 56-foot takeoff.
Yeah, that's super wild. See what Hal Stockman's going to do.
Whoa!
This is just straight ridiculous, man. Like, it just doesn't even look like they're doing any inputs. It's just power, air. "48 feet from Hal Stockman on that takeoff.
Oh, he's got them real nice and short dialed in. Jody Card also dialed in. Folks, don't forget, vote.nationalskull.com. Okay, here comes Dan Reynolds now, up to the line. 25-foot takeoff. Who knows? I mean, that's like it feels like magic. It's a magic number. It's going to get that spooled up, get a little bit of the secret sauce in those cylinders.
Okay.
That felt a little longer.
So 55 feet from that takeoff from Dan Reynolds.
What's crazy about that is you'd think, like, you'd be like, oh, 55 feet, that's more than 25. There's no way he's going to beat 83 feet, but just wait. Brian Steck now on short final in the MOAC. Really hanging it out, working that rudder left and right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right on the line. Here we go. Into the replay. So close.
Ooh.
And they're going to call it a scratch by like an inch. So another scratch for Brian Steck. And that one is truly heartbreaking, because if it hadn't been, that would have put him up into second place. Pat McIntyre now coming in low in slider. Holding it on the prop, holding it on the prop, totally behind the power curve.
Oh, yeah. Sudden burst of power gets him over the line. Excellent performance from Pat McIntyre.
There's going to be an improvement in score for Pat McIntyre, and sure enough, that's going to swap him up into second place.
Okay.
That was a 62-foot takeoff with a 66-foot landing for a combined score of 128. Here's Eddie Sanchez now holding it off over the line.
Ooh, getting it stopped.
Got a little smoke.
Yeah.
Eddie Sanchez now on the board. 5th place with a combined score of 154. Here comes Hal Stockman. Again, look at those canards. It's all about him reducing weight on the airplane. So the canards are lighter than tail weight. So he uses aerodynamics to make the plane more efficient. Gave up about a plane-ish of length before he touched down, so he could tighten up there.
Mm-hmm. Can't tell if it's sub 100 or not, but it looks like to me it was over, just a little over 100 feet. 127 on that landing for Hal Stockman.
So he's going to maintain 4th place right now with his first run at 150 feet. Here comes Jody Card. It's the same plane that Clint Busnitz was rocking. 59-foot takeoff. Whoa! Yeeting her up in the sky there. Yeah, go around, buddy.
He was going in for the chop, plop, and drop
maneuver.
Yeah. Yeah, you could tell he was going for it, but he ballooned instead.
So we're going to have to wait to see what's going on with Jody Card. Meanwhile, Dan Reynolds out in front with 83 feet. And some people say that plane looks weird, but from certain angles, it looks like kind of menacing. It's really like future punk.
Yeah. You're modulating the throttle until he doesn't need it anymore.
Oh! Sorry, I'm just making noises. I apologize,
totally
Jennings.
fine.
I'm just making random noises, Jennings, Louisiana. I'm just reacting very gutturally to the things I'm seeing because I am that much of an av geek. I hope you are too. So Jody Card's got to come around. You can see him turning onto the base leg there. Dan Reynolds not improving on his number. 83 still holding strong. That was a 55-foot takeoff with a 70-foot landing. Combined score of 125. Jody Card's best run so far, only 10 feet behind Pat McIntyre. And he does have a stronger takeoff number.
See him crabbing into the wind. But it seems to be dying down a little bit right now. Just gonna keep it low. Dump the flaps. Plop it in. Yeah, man.
I mean, it's definitely a technique, right? He's like intentionally trying to stall the airplane above the ground, and what that allows it to do is it falls to the ground, and all that energy goes down into the ground instead of forward.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that was as clean as you had hoped it would be. That was a combined score of 214 feet. But after a go-around, it's not uncommon to see the landing not be the best because it's just your routine is shaken up, right? You're not in the flow anymore. You had to have non-standard operation. So this is where a little bit of the heartbreak comes to play. Is Brian Steck still not on the board? 2 really good runs, like podium level runs, upended by scratches. And so we got to see him get on the board in this final run. It could totally upset the apple cart. The whole unlimited class could be shifted around depending on what Brian Steck does here. Also, room for improvement. I think we'll see some improvement from Eddie Sanchez. Hal Stockman killing it on the takeoff distances. 2nd place in takeoff distances in the class. And if it gets windier, Cam, Dan Reynolds could go even further out in front of everybody.
Oh, yeah. Let's see if it happens. felt that in my feet. Like, not the ground. I didn't feel the ground vibrating. I felt my feet just vibrating.
So Brian Steck off into the sky. Pat McIntyre up next. That was a long takeoff for Brian Steck, 120 feet. He's not quite ready to fly for Pat McIntyre. He was getting aggressive with it. He knows he's got a lot of ground to cover to catch up to Dan Reynolds. Still sub 100 at 90 feet on that takeoff.
All right, Eddie Sanchez already got the tail up. Brakes released. Here he goes. And that right main held onto the ground just a little longer. It's going to make the judges' jobs a little harder. And Hal Stockman at the gates, ready to go. Here he goes.
Ooh! Wow. Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Floated off the ground there. That was incredible. "35 feet on that takeoff for Hal Stockman, folks. If that doesn't deserve a round of applause, I don't know what does.
That's short. And here we go, Jody Card.
Ooh,
Also,
off a little bit longer. His best takeoff, 59 feet.
All right, Dan Reynolds. Get to see what the Chinook's gonna do.
Nothing left in the tank. Let's go, Dan.
All right.
Oh, short. I don't know where it was.
I don't either. I'm looking at the judges, but they are so far off, I can't tell. I'm at a weird angle right now.
That was a 40-foot takeoff, so that first run for Dan Reynolds is going to be the one, almost certainly, with 83 feet combined. Here comes Brian Steck now, right on the back end of the traffic pattern, coming in on final here. Settling in, folks. Last landing for Brian Steck. Can he get over the line? Give him a big round of applause as he comes over the line. Here we go, holding it off. I think it's good for Brian Steck. Heavy on those brakes. He's on the board. Now, what does it do to everybody? It didn't do anything. He's still in sixth place, but he's on the board. Okay, next up, Pat McIntyre, currently in second place. Last run was his shortest, 62-foot takeoff with a 66-foot landing. He's got a lot of work cut out for him with a 90-foot takeoff on that run. Hold.
Okay, good.
Oh, good over the line. That was so well accurately placed, but I don't know if it was short enough to do anything meaningful based on the previous scores he had.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was a 85-foot landing, so it's going to be 175 on that run, so no change for Pat McIntyre. Eddie Sanchez.
Ooh. All right.
The camera cut on my end right as he was getting over the line. I'm not sure where he touched down.
Lexi gave the double thumbs up, so hoping that it holds.
Yeah, good over the line by about a foot. So Eddie is getting that aircraft dialed in. You can see him working the brakes, keeping that tail from going too high. Hal Stockman. Tiny tires, little tiny canard wings.
Picking up a little speed. Now he's settling down. Good over the line. I can't tell if he gave up any feet.
Just a little bit. I think it's one of his better ones in terms of accuracy today. Maybe like half a plane length of lawnmower 4.1. Jody Card.
Out there battling some crosswind.
Watch him come in. Hold it off, Jody. Still going for the yeet it a little bit.
Let's see what this score is going to be. 94 feet on that landing for Jody Card.
So not a big difference for him there. His first run still going to be his best. Now, Dan Reynolds. 40-foot takeoff. Is that the MASH helicopter or is it an airplane?
What's funny is he looks like he's flying slower than the helicopter can.
He's also just riding it. Man, the wind is making him work.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
All right.
Sorry, every time Dan flies, I just make weird noises. I can't help it. This is so intense. That level, I mean, like, I just don't feel when I fly my airplane. Look at him working in the cockpit there. When I'm flying my 172, I just feel like my brain isn't firing. All the synapses aren't firing as fast as these guys have to think when they're on short final here. Now,
I feel the same.
We have a thing we need to sort out. I got to talk to race control for a second to see what we're going to do here. So we have a tie for second place right now between Hal Stockman and Pat McIntyre. They're both tied with a combined score of 128 feet. So to decide second and third place, we're going to do a runoff. They each get one run, and whoever gets the best score on this run will be second place. It's the first event of the year, and we're already having runoffs, folks.
That's so
2026 National STOL. Strap in. So Pat, off 63 feet. Hal Stockman, that is going to be competitive.
That is absolutely competitive.
Cam and I are just holding our breath watching the score. Okay, we are within 5 feet of each other right now.
Yes.
58-foot takeoff from Hal Stockman. And in this situation, Cam, you and I need to be careful about operational security.
Oh, yes.
Don't want to give anything away to the competitors in the sky. We know where their takeoffs are. We may keep the landing scores a secret. So use your eyeballs, watch the stream. Pat settling in. Ooh, there we go. Heavy on the brakes. He's going to get that tail down. The judges are going to mark that score. And now it's up to Hal to do better than that. Hal was slightly shorter on the takeoff. Floating down like a venomous butterfly.
Oh.
So that is where Hal is going to end up. The scores will be tabulated, and we'll have the dramatic conclusion of Swamp STOL 2026's runoff for second place and the entire unlimited class in just a few moments. Cam, I can't wait to see you out there to reveal how it all ended. Look at Hal Stockman there taking the helmet off.
All right. Go out there.
Unplugging things, turning things off. And he's going to be dismounting the mighty steed. Look at those canards there. This is such an interesting thing that he's done to that airplane, just to provide that downforce on the back end, you know, using the lever action to keep the tail force low to get that high angle of attack on the landings that he's looking for. So Hal Stockman getting out, ready to see what happened with the second and third place finish in the unlimited class. I cannot tell you, folks, how excited I am to see how this netted out. Swamp STOL 2026. What a ride. 6 years in the making, and here we are in Cajun country, starting the whole thing up again. After 5 months of practice and building, you got Eddie Sanchez building that brand new airplane. Dan Reynolds there, one of the grand champions, one of the STOL kings of all time, and he's fighting off this big group. Look at that big old handshake from Pat McIntyre. I hope that this encourages Dan Reynolds to keep flying throughout the season. He's the kind of guy that is really driven by competition. More handshakes here. Look at these guys. These are all the greats of National STOL right now. In addition to, you don't see him on camera right now, but you got Eddie Sanchez, Jody Card, and Brian Steck. Also, just really strong competitors and long-standing competitors in National STOL. Folks, while they get ready, again, a reminder, it's your last chance to vote your favorite pilot at vote.nationalstol.com. And come check us out at the next event, Appalachian Mountain STOL, May 8th and 9th in Shippensville, Pennsylvania.
All right, Ryan, you ready?
I'm ready. Let's hear it.
Ooh, all right. We're going to do all 6, guys. So we will go through all the scores from number 6. With a score of 201 foot, Brian Steck. In 5th place, with a score of 154 feet, Eddie Sanchez. In 4th place, with a score of 138 feet, Jody Card. In 3rd place, with a score of 128 feet, Patrick McIntyre. In 2nd place, also with the score of 128, Hal Stockman. And your Swamp STOL winner in Unlimited with a score of 83 feet, Dan Reynolds. You did do that, sir.
Well, it didn't feel like it today. That was just survival mode. And
he said
and
it's just survival mode.
I gotta bump in, Cam. Look at your score again, because you gotta look at the score sheet in terms of the runoff. Cam, look at the runoff results.
Oh, okay, hold on. Let's look at these runoff results. Okay, so the runoff results. Pat, you scored 138. And Hal, you scratched. Is this right? Okay. I guess so. Okay, so Pat got second. Okay, cool. Sorry. So Pat is second. Hal is third. Dan Reynolds is first. Congratulations, guys. Back to you, Ryan.
Well, that is such a dramatic conclusion. And yes, due to the runoff, Hal Stockman did scratch on the runoff. So that means that he will get 3rd place. Pat McIntyre had a complete score in the runoff. He's going to be up in 2nd place. And so your top 3, again, are Hal Stockman in 3rd with 128 feet and a scratch. Pat McIntyre in 2nd with 128 feet and then 138 feet combined in the runoff. And Dan Reynolds with a combined score of 83 feet, putting him up in 1st place. Folks, what an incredible day it has been here at Swamp STOL 2026. A big thank you to all of you who have come out and watched us online as well. We can't do this without you. We hope you'll join us in a few weeks over in Pennsylvania, and after that in St. Joe, Missouri. It's going to be a totally rad time. A big thanks to all of our annual sponsors, all the local sponsors that make Swamp STOL specifically happen, and to all of our volunteers. You see them all over the field there. We cannot do this in National STOL without them. So thank you, everybody, everyone in the booth, all the employees, the staff, the volunteers. My name's Ryan Dombrowski, signing off for Cam Walton. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you in just a few weeks for more National STOL.